to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, April 15th. We have the great pleasure today of having a joint meeting this morning with our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. And we will be receiving a public presentation, a water law primer, which I think will be riveting, and I know I personally look forward to it. And then we'll move into some updates on shared programs of interest. We'll go into an executive session for some water discussion, and then we will adjourn our joint meeting with the Healthy Rivers Board and resume this afternoon as the county commissioners for some additional work items. And so I'd like to start off, since we don't all get together all that often, with a round of introductions. And so I will start. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, one of the commissioners and the chair of the board this year, and I'll go.
And I'm Kirsten Neff. I'm the chair of the Pickens County Healthy Rivers Advisory Board.
Greg Postman, Pickens County Commissioner.
Patty Clapper, Pickens County Commissioner.
Bill Yocums, Healthy Rivers Board.
Jeffrey Woodruff, Brush Creek, Owl Creek, Snowmass Creek, Capitol Creek.
And who are you?
County Commissioner.
Or what are you, I should say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Molly Howe-Grangers. I am one of the 2 outside water councils for Pickens County.
Good morning, all. I'm Jennifer Dillala. I think most of us have met before. We're with Moses Whittemeyer. We're the outside counsel for water matters.
I'm Maciej Morotek. I'm the vice chair for the Healthy Rivers Board.
Ned Andrews, Healthy Rivers Board.
Andre Willie, Healthy Rivers Board.
All right, great, everyone. And just a reminder, the red light on your microphones is on. It turns you on, and that captures the sound in our conversation for our grassroots stream. Otherwise, in the room, you will have to project for your colleagues to hear you. And Kirsten and I will co-chair this meeting today. So what I'll do is I'll invite our excellent counsel to start us off on the water law primer. And I'll just ask if you have stopping points throughout the presentation for us to ask questions. Okay, we'll hold our questions then until you cue us. Does that work?
That's perfect. And in fact, we welcome questions along the way. So I've warned the Lisas that you all are unleashing my inner college professor. That was what I was in my first life. So we'll be conducting this. We'd like it to be a conversation. We want to hear what you're interested in. And actually, before we get going, we have Christy Radabaugh from Martin and Wood who's joining us by Zoom. Christy, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Christy
Radabaugh. We can't hear you in the
we're
room yet. Let's see if
water rights engineers
there you go.
working. Can you hear me?
Can you
Now
start
we can.
over, please?
Yes, good morning. Christy Radabaugh with Martin and Wood Water Consultants. We're outside engineers supporting Pickens County.
Okay, terrific. So Molly, can you bring up, or can somebody bring up our PowerPoint?
I need some direction on that one.
Are you part of this?
Do I need to join from this side? Okay. This is here.
Just want to say my hair looks way more gray on the... It's got to be the lighting.
It's the lighting.
Someone thought I dyed mine darker. And I was like, oh, I just trimmed off all the dead parts.
I'll just add that Logan Burba from my office will be joining a little bit later this morning. We're excited to hear Water Rights 102.
Well, this is great, and I did share that I did invite some outside folks to join us, so we may have some folks watching online, and this will be recorded, and so the recording can also be shared for anyone who may be interested in this topic and couldn't meet with us this morning.
Okay, great.
And we're just taking a minute here to load our presentation. Great.
Okay, fabulous. So... yeah,
I thought it was
There.
101, so we're skipping right to 102.
So the Healthy Rivers Board already had 101.
Oh.
And so, Patty, my thinking was, you water nerds here on the BoCC have been hearing about this now for 6
long
months or
time.
so. So I think you've been immersed as well. So yes, you're going right to 102.
I think
got-
we can catch up.
You got promoted. All right, great. Okay, so Molly, if you could go ahead and move us down to the next slide. All right, so what we will be talking about today, and again, questions that you all have along the way, please let us know. Our goal was, so Healthy Rivers folks, we met, when was that? Back in November, I think. Was that when we were? Yeah, it seems like November. So we're going to do a quick refresher about some of those 101 concepts we talked about. But then the BoCC, Lisa and Rye let us know that this time it would be good to do some deeper dives into some of the more important points that we've been talking about with you since we started meeting with you folks. Morning, Logan. Since we started meeting with you folks a number of months ago. So we're going to start today just by doing that broad overview and refresher to walk through some of our key water law concepts and terms, just to refresh your memories about some of those buzzwords. We'll then be doing a broad overview and refresher, and this very much with Christie's and Logan's help, of the basin that you're in, the Roaring Fork Basin writ large, and then the even larger Colorado River Basin. So you know we've been talking about how the Roaring Fork is impacted by what goes on the Colorado River, so we'll look at that as well. Our deeper dives then. We will start by talking in some detail, get down in the weeds with you about operation and administration of the priority system. You all know that's what drives the way that folks can divert their water in Colorado. We're going to talk today about a mysterious concept called the postponement doctrine that is a source of a good bit of confusion as to where water rights lie in the priority line. So we're going to walk you through that, and we're going to take a look at a number of examples of your water rights and of the water rights that are, you've heard us talking about Shoshone and you've heard us talking about Cameo. Take a look at a number of those water rights and how they line out based on this postponement doctrine. After that, we'll walk into talking about in-stream flows and recreational in-channel diversions. You all are familiar with the term RISD. You've got a RISD water right that was decreed in 2014 in case 10 CW 305. So we're going to look a bit at that. We'll talk a bit about trans-mountain, also known as trans-basin water rights. And then if we still have time, we can talk about these topics listed at the end or anything else you folks want to talk about. But changes of water rights, AUG plans or augmentation plans, abandonment, which is critical. We're going to be talking with you all, especially with the BoCC, more about that in the coming months. Measurement and accounting, which Martin and Wood is going to be working on fairly intensively with you folks in the coming months, and then diligence on conditional water rights. Okay, any questions before we jump? All right, and Lisa, just to let you know, I swiped most of the pictures for this presentation from your Facebook page, so from Healthy Rivers, so thank you for all the beautiful photos. Okay, so we'll start with key concepts in water law, sorry. Okay, next slide, Molly. Okay, so let's start with just a refresher about what a water right is. In 1969, the General Assembly adopted what is called the Water Right Determination and Administration Act of 1969. You all will hear us refer to that as the 1969 Act. That's what governs now, in large part, the way that water can be diverted, and for your purposes, that's what we need to focus on, governs how water can be diverted and used in Colorado. A water right, and these are statutory terms that we're now going to be walking through. A water right is not ownership of molecules of water, and that's critical to remember. Instead, it is the right to use, in accordance with its priority, again, these are buzzwords from the statute, a certain and specified amount of the waters of the state that the water user has, quote unquote, appropriated. Now, the act of appropriation, what that means, an appropriation is taking water from the stream and putting it to beneficial use. When there is an absolute appropriation, the water user actually has done that, taken the water, put it to beneficial use. Under the 1969 Act, and you all know because you have a lot of conditional water rights, under the 1969 Act, water users also can make conditional appropriations. What that means is a water user can check off a number of boxes under the statute and say, I've basically started down the road to diverting this water from the stream and putting it to beneficial use. I haven't done it yet, but I have a specific plan and intent. I can and will, those are buzzwords you all will hear from us, I can and will get the water out of the stream and put it to beneficial use. Conditional water rights hold that priority, hold that place in line as long as the water user diligently tries to develop. So that's a conditional appropriation. Okay, water rights, you just need to know this word because it's an awesome word. Water rights are usufructuary rights. That means, again, you don't own the drops of water. You instead own the right to use the water. The running joke in the water bar is that the late Justice Hobbs, who passed away a few years ago, used to put this word in all of his opinions to make water lawyers say them when we were in front of the Supreme Court. I want you to know we nailed it in Busk Ivanhoe. Pretty sure that's why we won. So we were good. All right. So as you all know, water rights are valuable property interests. They are generally treated as real property in Colorado. They need to be passed with the same formality as real property is conveyed. You all know water rights are, the verb we use is confirmed. So the water user appropriates the water right and thereby creates the water right. The court then confirms that appropriation and confirms the water right. They are then described in decrees that are granted by courts. Those decrees then will create the decreed characteristics of a water right. They'll also impose terms and conditions on what you can and cannot do. Okay, any questions so far? All right, off we go, Molly. Okay, when we talk about decreed characteristics of water rights, it's important to remember that water rights, this is a kind of a mantra that you'll hear water courts say, that you'll hear the Supreme Court say. Water rights are decreed to structures. They are not decreed to people. So there are water rights that are decreed, bless you, to ditches, to reservoirs, etc. They're not decreed to Pitkin County, to the CWCB, etc. Okay. decreed characteristics of water rights include, these are not the only decreed characteristics, but they always include points of diversion, types and locations of beneficial use, rates of diversion. Typically, you all will see those in cubic feet per second, or CFS. If it's a small water right, I think maybe the water right we are working on for the solid waste center is in GPM, is that right, in gallons per minute? So small enough you'll see them in GPM, but typically they're in CFS. If you have a storage water right, you will see a volume of storage, typically in acre feet. Sometimes you will see a season of use limitation. Sometimes you will see approved end users of water rights as part of a restriction, a limitation on what can be done. Christy and Logan, by the way, if you all are, anytime you want to join, please just jump on in. Okay.
Can I ask?
Yeah, sure. Go
Just
ahead,
a quick
Greg.
question. Just water rights are decreed to structures. Those structures have to be man-made, I assume. They couldn't be a natural flowing river. That's a structure, but could it be?
So it's a great question. If, for instance, in an in-stream flow water right, Greg, that's one example, may well be the only example, of where there is no physical structure at one end of the reach and the other. That water right actually is decreed to the stream.
That's a physical man-made structure. There's a structure could be a natural. Is that correct?
Structures could be natural.
Okay, and that doesn't change. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So, for instance, we are objectors in a water court case that involves what we think is a natural. Logan and Christy, tell me if I'm getting this right. In the Marble case, is that a natural pond that we're looking at, or is it man-made, or do we know? We may not know.
I think it's natural, but it may have been modified over time.
Okay.
So ultimately a combination.
Okay, thanks, Christy. So, Greg, there can be natural structures, and there are, in fact, natural sorts of dams that folks will use, call that a structure, whether it's rocks, boulders lined up that can redirect the flow of a creek. So they can be natural. But I think, and Christy and Logan, tell me if you can come up with another example, but I think in-stream flows are the only water rights for which there is not a structure in the river. Is that?
I think that's right. Even recreational in-channel diversions usually have something in the river.
They have to have control structures, exactly, to make the cool flows. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Does that help? Okay, thanks, Greg. Okay, so beneficial uses, and one thing to remember about beneficial uses is they're pretty much open-ended. There is nothing to say that you cannot come up with an inventive use for water, long as it's not an in-stream flow. We'll talk about that in a little bit. As long as you're not trying to have a private river on your property. There's a famous case in this division where someone was trying to do that. Can't do that. But the courts have been fairly accepting of kinds of beneficial use as long as they are made without waste. So there is in Colorado, as you all know, a prohibition against waste that is read into every decree. So even if a decree does not say you can't waste the water, you have a decree maybe that says you can divert 100 CFS, but you really only need 50, you really have a water right for 50 CFS. You're not entitled to waste the rest of the water. All right, beneficial uses can be direct, or they can be after storage. If a beneficial use is decreed for direct use, that water has to be taken, so you take it out of the stream, you have to then put it to that use within 72 hours. Irrigation ponds that are used simply to regulate timing, so you take your water out of the stream, you need to regulate the timing before you put the water on the field. As long as you get it in and out in 72 hours, good to go. If you keep it longer than that, you are using that water unlawfully in violation of its decree. Storage water rights, you can store and then use the water from then after. This is a pretty critical distinction. This is a division where the division engineer for probably 10 years now, we've changed division engineers in that time, but have begun really looking into unlawful storage of direct flow water rights and of water that isn't decreed for any purpose. It's just water that's being stored for really a nice amenity on properties. So you can't do that. Go ahead.
What is the geographic jurisdiction of our water district, Division 5?
Let's see.
I don't want
No,
to
we can put up the,
sort of generally.
Christy and Logan, do you all by chance, I know I've got a map of the water divisions.
It's basically the Colorado River.
From the upper all the way to the state line?
From, up by
The
Winter Park,
Oregon.
Granby.
They're in our same district? They're in our same district, Grand Lake's in our district?
So anything in the watershed, in the Colorado River
Yes.
watershed, not the
I don't
Yamp,
want
the Yamp is the
I don't want to
next
divert
district,
our
The
attention
Gamble, like, green is a separate
Oh, no,
one.
it's okay, and I think
to make a pun.
including the lower
Christy may
Colorado.
have a,
Jennifer, you've got a map on slide 34 that shows the Colorado River Basin. That's Division 5.
pull that one up. Is that slide 34? Yes. Yes, please, can you, thank you, Christy. And it's a really interesting question, Kelly, because the Colorado River Basin, the way that we refer to that basin for purposes of water right administration, doesn't cover everything that goes into the Colorado River. So for instance, the Gunnison River Basin, that water's heading for the Colorado, but that is Division 4. So this is,
So I think what's only missing is just up here, see where Twin Lakes is. I think it just doesn't quite encapsulate all of it maybe up top here, but it's pretty close.
and it goes all the way up to Rocky Mountain National Park to the top of the
Yeah.
system. I mean, Kelly, as you can see, it's a huge division.
Yeah, it is.
This division and Christy and Logan, I think divisions 5 and 2 are far and away the biggest geographically. Is that right? Or is Division 1 maybe as big?
I have not considered that. I don't know for sure.
I always try to appreciate people like James Heath, who has this enormous division to administer. Rachel Zancanella in Division 2 has an enormous division to administer. But there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, not politically contentious at all.
Oh, not at all, Kelly. Yes, so,
So question, Turquoise and Twin Lakes are in a different division. What-
they're in Division 2.
That's 2, and it wraps around to,
It goes
Gunnison
all the way
4?
down to the Kansas-Colorado state line. It's a big division.
yeah, geez.
And I may be able to pull up, I think I had a map when I talked to the Healthy Rivers Board that showed the water court jurisdictions, which are the same as these administrative divisions. But yeah, Division 2, Patty, goes from Twin and Turquoise, and the headwaters of the Arkansas, so by Leadville, by Monarch Pass, all the way down. I mean, it encompasses Chaffee County, oh my goodness, yeah, it's a big division.
And then Gunnison's in 4, did you say?
Gunnison is in 4, so Division 4 is actually a fairly small division. And Division 6, land-wise, it may be a big division, but it's a fairly small water division. Right. Division 7 is pretty tiny. 3 is pretty small, but it's a mess, so be glad you're not there.
Yeah.
Okay. Kelly, did that help?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Thanks, Christy. All right, so let me get back to my... Yeah, and one message there really is these division engineers have huge tasks, and they are perennially understaffed in trying to get their water commissioners out on the ground to look at all this ground they've got to cover.
Yeah, how could they enforce a 72-hour time frame?
Great question.
I'm like, unless they're sleeping in a sleeping bag right there on the side of the pond.
Yeah, well, and you may or may not be surprised to hear that there are water users who count on that. So,
Really?
Well, I mean, truly, because James Heath doesn't have water commissioners who can be everywhere in that huge basin you just saw. His predecessor, Alan Martellero, came to one of our water bar meetings, a Division 5 bench and bar meeting a few years ago, and said, we're making this a priority to go out and try to monitor these ponds, but they just do not have the staff. Yeah, it's a lot. So they're counting on goodwill and compliance with the law.
We know how that works.
Yeah. Okay, Greg, did you have another question?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just trying to solve that for them with satellites.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, so Molly, what number are we on? Is this, let me get back to my, we're on decreed characteristics. Okay, great. So, if a water user wants to place that water to a different beneficial use, different place of use, different season of use, the water user has to go and get a change of water rights decree. As we've discussed briefly, changes of water rights, and we can get into this a bit more, they're risky because the water court is required to quantify, and that's a verb that you'll hear it a lot from us, you'll hear it a lot from Christy and Logan. Water court has to quantify what we call the transferable yield of that water right. Transferable yield, in turn, the reason there's risk associated with this is that it comes from lawful historical use. So there has to be documentation. Colorado Supreme Court said a few years ago, you don't have records of lawful historical use, you can't change the water right. You can keep using it in accordance with its decree, but you cannot change it. So records of lawful historical use are what have to become part of that paper trail in a change of water rights case. The reason it's risky, you can see, because they require quantification. The statute says, the court has said over and over again, what you are risking when you bring your records to court is a cutting down of that water right. So that the court says the transferable yield of this water right that you thought you could get, let's say, 100 acre feet per year out of, what we're looking at with lawful historical use was actually only 70 or 80. And that is what you are limited to from that point forward. You have a new decree that is going to restrict what you can do with that water. This is why it's risky, but it's also, I don't want to skip the jurisdiction to be wrong, but there's a point on the next slide that says the enormous reward of a change of water rights is that you maintain the priority that you started with. So if you have, for instance, we're going to look at some of the county's very senior irrigation water rights that have, I think, priorities in the 1880s. if you were able, if you wanted to, and were able to change a water right with an 1880 priority so that it could be used for some other purpose, you go through your quantification, being Italian, sorry. You go through your quantification, you get your decree, you get your 1880 priority for those new uses, but you may have been cut back in the amount of water that you can get. So that's why it's risky. This last point on here, I want you all to, this is a classic rule of Colorado water law. We refer to it as the jurisdiction to be wrong rule for courts. What it means, and it is a really important rule, is that if the court had jurisdiction to enter a decree in the first instance, that decree, once it becomes final and unappealable, so the appeal period expires, once it's final and unappealable, it cannot be challenged later. It cannot be undone later, even if it turns out that the court got something wrong. We see this a lot. You all will not be surprised to hear there are a lot of very old decrees out there. Many of them now, water courts would look at, you all would look at as water users, attorneys would look at, engineers would look at and say, this is crazy. There's no way that this decree works as written. It's a final decree, and as long as that court had jurisdiction, that water user can operate in compliance with that decree, and division engineer can't curtail. You just have to make sure you're operating in compliance. This is a really important principle in water law. Any questions before we move on? Go ahead, Kelly.
I guess, is that true if it's found that they are not putting all their water to beneficial use?
Yeah. So, Kelly, I mean, it's a great question because the so-called prohibition against waste would say that, let's say an irrigator has an 1890 priority to use 90 CFS for irrigation, but really only has irrigable ground that needs 50 CFS. Courts would say that decree from the get-go had an inherent limitation to say your decree is only for what you needed. But they can operate in compliance with the decree. So if there is a reason to use, as long as they're not wasting it, so you can't put 90 CFS on ground that needs 50, because then that water is just running off and being wasted to the stream. Otherwise, yes, can continue to operate in compliance with the decree. And Kelly, it's also a great question because you'll see with old irrigation decrees like that, irrigation water rights, water users sometimes will try to say, oh, no, there was actually more ground that was irrigable under that original decree. There was a case, a big case, actually Martin and Wood was involved in it, over in Division 1 a number of years ago, in which the intent of the original appropriator, how much water was actually needed to put on the ground that the water right was appropriated for, court said, no, I'm looking at the records and we're cutting this, it was a change of water rights case. We're cutting this way back based on the intent of the appropriator. So it's an important principle in part because sometimes, Kelly, when we talk about abandonment, this is an issue. Sometimes a water user will not have been using water for a while, and then we'll pick up a decree and say, oh dear, the abandonment list is coming up soon. I better start putting this water to use. Absolutely can do that. You've got your decree, you can use that water in compliance.
Jennifer, there's cases or instances where what was considered beneficial in the past is no longer considered beneficial to you today, such as unlined ditches in certain situations and head gates, primitive head gates. Organizations have come in and said those are now waste. How does that fit with this?
So the prohibition against waste, it's another terrific question. Really, those kinds of questions come in when the division engineer wants to measure diversions and use of water. So we've said to the group in general, there's a process, Ned, called adoption of measurement rules in Colorado. It's happened in divisions 1, 2, and 6. It's happening now in Division 4. It is coming to Division 5. It will be here sooner or later. The division engineer and the water commissioner, those folks in the division office, in the state engineer's office, are statutorily obligated to administer water rights to prevent waste. So they can come in. They can't require you to line a ditch. That's going to be a hard sell. A head gate, though, that is, we've got these all over the state, leaking water, if they're not measuring what those diversions are, absolutely the division can come in and say, we need a measuring device here. We need for you to be recording, and this is part of what we'll be talking about with the BoCC in the coming months, measuring and recording what you're diverting. So when a water right was decreed, there's an example over in Division 1. Christy and Logan probably have worked over at the Brighton Ditch, where every time there's a case involving the Brighton Ditch, their attorney, who's been representing them for approximately 100 years, will say, oh, no, waste was built in. And there are fights every single time that it happens. Sooner or later, that's probably a question that will go up to the Supreme Court, whether that can be curtailed as waste. Because again, from the beginning when those water rights were decreed, the prohibition against waste was part and parcel of it. Beneficial uses themselves, though, you asked another great question implicated in that one. If there were a beneficial use, I don't know, let's say beaver habitat back in the day, you wanted to create your beaver habitat, and you have a decree that says you can do it, you can do it, as long as that decree is final and unappealable. You're not going to get a beaver habitat decree today after the 1969 Act, but if you have one, you can do it.
So since we're so close to this, I'll ask the question. We have a number of examples here in the county where water is diverted into a ditch, pretty substantial ditch. It flows for 1, 2, 3, 4 miles, and the water is dumped back into the river.
So when the measurement rules come to Division 5, to try to be politic about this, when the measurement rules come to Division 5, I think you're going to see more scrutiny of that. Now, Ned, if the situation is that the water's going into the ditch and there is just ditch loss along the way, so the water is seeping back, and that is how the ditch has operated from time immemorial, that's a different thing. But if the water is just shooting down the ditch, not being put to beneficial use and going back to the river, I think you will start seeing some scrutiny of that. And real quickly, Greg, you asked for an example of a jurisdictional problem. I can give you an example, another one from Division 1, where a water user had a decree from, I think it was not that old of a decree, it was from 1982 or something like that, that was for recharge. This water user had been coming back to court year after year saying, oh, my original decree allowed me to come in and add new recharge ponds whenever I wanted to. The original decree said no such thing. And so the water court came in on a motion, a Rule 56 motion for determination of questions of law, and said, your decree by which you added these ponds, the water court did not have jurisdiction to enter, and so your decree is now invalid. You can blow up decrees on jurisdictional terms, and I can tell you that water law nerds spend a lot of time trying to find jurisdictional flaws in decrees they don't like. And there are jurisdictional flaws. The way, just so you know, the way the water court gets jurisdiction, or courts before the 1969 Act and water courts, you get jurisdiction if you're the judge by virtue of the notice that the applicant gave of what it was claiming. If there are defects in the notice, that is where most frequently you're going to find a jurisdictional gap. Sometimes you can blow up somebody's decree. It's kind of satisfying when you can do it. You don't want it to happen to you.
Yeah, but it's going this way, not that way.
Yeah, exactly. Christy and Logan, did you all want to? Okay. We lost our...
Yeah, it looks like I lost internet here for a second,
Oh,
so let me see if I can get back in.
Will this packet be available to us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Great stuff.
Yeah, Lisa and Lisa, can you distribute the... Thank you.
Michaela, how are we doing on internet right now for you guys?
On internet connection?
Yeah.
We are connected.
I couldn't get in.
Yes.
We've had a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, of course.
I'm still connected if you want the hotspot.
I'm connected too. That's really weird.
We're having issues with our main network, so I'm gonna connect you to the old network.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's why I was on guest mode. Do we have a conspiracy?
Well, I think what I get confused about is like how the courts, the order of which they think about these things, or the...
You mean the order of issues, Kelly, or the order of the courts themselves?
No, the order of issues, like the primacy of the issues, sort of like which ones are sort of the no deal, no break kind of things. And because, I think some of what Ned was suggesting, and sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth, but as, how do we deal with waste? Like, it seems like the law is pretty obvious, but that's not how that is being practiced on the ground. And so there's a disconnect between what seems like the theoretical reading of the law and the actual practice of the law.
And there always is, Kelly. It's a really good insight. What's happening on the ground, in large part, is going to, so as I said, I think you all will be seeing a lot more scrutiny once measurement rules come to Division 5. But in the meantime, unless someone goes to court to ask to change one of those water rights, everything probably is going to be status quo.
Okay.
Now, I can't guarantee, I'm not
Sure.
the division engineer. This is really part of administration rather than the law. The law said, it's what you just said. It says what it says. The decrees say what they say. The Supreme Court has said repeatedly, into every decree is read an implied limitation on prohibition against waste and limitation with irrigation water rights to what was called the duty of water. And the duty of water is the amount of water you need to irrigate that land. Now, with irrigable land, cans of worms get opened because you go back and look at when that water right was appropriated, what was the land, quote unquote, under down gradient of the ditch. Because when these really senior irrigation water rights were appropriated, nobody was using electricity to pump water up gradient. It was just flowing down onto the land for flood irrigation purposes. So you're all water nerds, but it actually is kind of exhilarating. You get into the original records and you start looking at the mapping. Here was the ground that actually could have been irrigated. Here is what the appropriator owned at the time. Sometimes we'll see courts constraining based on that. I know that this appropriator only intended to irrigate 100 acres, but now the appropriator is telling me I want to irrigate 300. That would be an expansion of that water right. So this is really, I definitely don't want to speak for James Heath, who's a terrific engineer, division engineer. We like James. But this is really his, that's his baby. He administers, and truly his office just does not have the staff to be out on the ground. Now you all know, out on the ground everywhere. You all know that in Logan, was it 2018 that the call came on the Crystal? Okay. You know that in 2018, Alan Martellero, James's predecessor, and the water commissioner were out there on the ground looking at what was going on those ditches on the Crystal. And we can talk about that a little bit later. So sometimes things happen and they do get out there. When the scrutiny comes, very often you get that tipping point, scrutiny doesn't go away. So there are water users, you all have heard us talking about it, who want more than anything else not to change their water rights, because right now they're operating in compliance with their decrees, they don't have scrutiny, and they don't want that to change. You all have some nice older decrees. We've got clients all over the state who have some really sweet, lenient older decrees. We counsel them, operate in compliance. There are certain water rights you don't ever want to change because you never want the court coming in and having the opportunity to upend really favorable decrees. Okay. Yeah.
What is the incentive of an irrigator to divert more than he can use?
So, really good question. Sometimes irrigators will, I think, maybe divert more than they can use because there is a down ditch, down gradient field owned by someone else that will benefit from the waste that's running off the field. So it's a way of expanding the water right by letting it go onto other ground. Now, if all that irrigator is doing is putting it in the ditch, not taking it all, and letting it run back to the river, I do not know.
Well, there's a lot of that going on in the Crystal River drainage.
Right. So just over diversion.
Yes.
And that water, unfortunately, because it's being taken out of the river.
So they're sharing their water?
Thank you. We better pick up the pace. Patty, was that you?
So they're sharing their water?
That could be a reason. That could be. Now, I don't.
Legal?
No.
Okay.
Well, there's also the opportunity if they need the water to push it down the ditch, if it's a longer ditch, they might need the head to get it down there to a downstream irrigator.
Yeah, there's that. But even taking that into account, there's still massive over-diversion.
Sure. And with the Crystal that Logan and Christy have been working hard on the Crystal for us and know a good bit about that river, but taking flows out of that river and leaving them in a ditch is not helpful. If all they're doing is going down to the Roaring Fork way downstream, not helpful. I could imagine that there might be someone who would take water from the stream. Actually, no, I can't. I'm unimagining that. So, I mean, it's just, there's no good reason for that.
And then I've always heard, well, if they're pre-compact rights, don't do anything. Don't enforce any aspect of the law on a pre-compact right.
All right, you just hit one of my triggers. So I know Lisa and Lisa told us we only have 45 minutes, but that is a really interesting question. So pre-compact, it's really important in this basin. It's important in Division 4 in the Gunnison Basin and in Division 6, which run into the Colorado River, those drainages. We have heard division engineers say that the instruction they have received, and Christy and Logan, maybe you've heard more about this, but that they have heard from on high, don't put pre-compact water rights on the abandonment list. There's nothing in the law that supports that. Nothing. So maybe the idea was we're doing whatever we can to keep this, the compact satisfied. But abandoning those water rights, I'm not really sure. I think the theory must be if the division engineer doesn't put them on the abandonment list, then the water is just going to stay in the river and will go downstream to satisfy compact obligations. But if the water right gets abandoned, a junior could come in and appropriate a water right and take the water and consume it. So it's a really complicated question, but there is nothing in the law that allows division engineers or directs them not to abandon pre-compact water rights. Patty?
No, I was just, yeah, it's just such a flip, you know.
Christy, did you want to jump in?
Well, I did want to jump into the last point. I just wanted to acknowledge that sometimes waste occurs in part because the water user doesn't know that it's going to be wasteful. If your fields are dry, you may be irrigating substantially, on the first of the month, and then we may get a lot of rain on the second, third, and fourth. And in fact, it wasn't necessary, but you didn't have a way to know that. So sometimes what we later on call waste, actually in the moment is very sensible. And I've also seen that it can happen in particular for irrigation water. If a water user has not been asked to make frequent adjustments, it's not uncommon for them to open their head gate to take a set amount of water from the river and then just leave it alone. So even though the irrigation demand changes throughout the season, if you always run your ditch the same way for parts of the year, that may be more wasteful. In other parts of the year, it may be extremely efficient where you're using all of that water. And so sometimes it just comes down to management. I just thought it might be worth acknowledging those things.
It's a great point, Christy, and that's what lawyers and engineers will call the set it and forget it way of taking water. And I mean, I can tell you there are fights. Molly and I are in a big one in Division 2 on the lower Arkansas with an irrigation company that is way downstream, almost at the Kansas-Colorado line, sets it and forgets it. And everybody upstream in that very strictly administered basin is getting called out, and we're about to get into priority here, is getting called out because those folks who also are not operating in compliance with their duty are taking more water than they need. And they set it and forget it, as Christy was just talking about. Okay, we're going to pick up.
I have a quick comment on that. I mean, that's one of the things that our board really would love to be able to do is increase the efficiency of these irrigators and the technologies out there, the telemetry and these head gates that can be remote controlled and
Yes.
real-time manipulated to release the exact amount of water that the irrigator needs. But a lot of the irrigators are still working on these 1900s technology where they open the floodgates and let it go, and then they're busy. They can't go out there and check it every day, let alone every hour that the new systems would have. But if the district engineer doesn't call them on that potential, what could be described as waste maybe, then there's no incentive to upgrade the technology. So we're kind of caught in this limbo.
Yeah, and that goal is a fabulous goal. Working to, we're going to be talking about gauges if we get there in a little bit, but gauges that can be read remotely would help the division engineer's office immensely. Head gates that can be operated remotely with telemetry that will upload the diversion data. Christy and Logan would have to explain this to you because I don't get it as a water lawyer, but everything can get uploaded to the state system. James Heath then doesn't need necessarily people, at least not as many, out on the ground trying to run this giant division. So finding incentive, what you just said, is really critical. And finding incentives for water users to become more efficient, they need to see a perk, obviously. We hope when we come, we're going to be back talking with your open space and trails folks and others this summer. But I think as you start putting together a bigger protocol that Martin and Wood will design for you for measurement and accounting for your own water rights first, then you can start maybe incentivizing. I mean, you've got the open space and trails folks, my understanding is they've got out there on most of that ground, they've got people farming and ranching. So they're using the water, but right now it's not really being managed. And there are really creative, good things that could be done with that water if that use is made more efficient. So it's a great goal. I think steps. We always talk about setting up dominoes in the order in which they need to fall. I think one of the big dominoes will be having Christy, Logan, and Tara put together first this operational protocol that will include measurement and accounting for your own portfolio, including those open space and trails, water rights, but also looking into ways that you folks can help the state by putting gauges in-stream flow reaches, by maybe putting telemetry on some head gates. Because James Heath really wants that. The division engineer wants that to happen. He said, oh yeah, I can administer this in-stream flow water right if I just could read a certain gauge remotely. So again, great goal, and we will we'll try to keep thinking about the ways, with Martin and Wood's help, the ways that those dominoes need to get set up for that. Okay, I'm putting the foot on the gas. All right.
Chairs have discretion. They can keep
Okay. Okay.
I do think there's some interest in getting into the localized.
Okay, so we'll get rolling here. So just really quickly, the prior appropriation, doctrine of prior appropriation, and what you all know is the priority system. We've talked about this a lot, so we can move through this quickly. The mantra is first in time, first in right. That just means in Colorado, first one to get out there, take the water from the stream, put it to a beneficial use, and then, we're going to talk in a few minutes about, and then went and got that water right adjudicated. This is how the line gets set up. This is administered through our priority system. And unless a water right is abandoned, it keeps that priority forever. Priorities are the most important things associated with water rights. Okay, next one, Molly. I can jump through this one quickly. you all know we've talked about calls, we've talked about curtailment. Key point here, the second bullet, there is no equitable apportionment in Colorado in times of drought. This is a harsh system. It's a system that strictly goes by those priority numbers. No equitable apportionment. I had I used to give these kinds of presentations for realtors. I had a realtor ask me once, well, what if there's a baby in a hospital and the baby's going to die if the, sorry, Molly, if there's no water for that hospital? And I said, I'm sorry, but that baby is toast, because if the water right is not in priority. But the point there is, of course, that water user would have gone out and gotten an augmentation plan. So a hospital is not going to make itself dependent on whether it can take water in prior. Sorry. Okay. All right. Also critical for you all, the calling water right, that's the water right that is not satisfied. Senior water right is not getting all the water to which it is entitled. We'll put a call on the stream system, so not just that one body of water, but all the upstream tributaries as well. So you all will hear this term, just want you to be familiar with it. A local call means, for instance, if there is a call on the Crystal River, but not a call downstream on the Colorado River, we would refer to that as a local call on the Crystal. Any of you all have, we're going to see this big, beautiful basin in just a second. All the tributaries you have that run into the Roaring Fork, then go down to the Colorado River, there can be local calls on those tributaries. Typically, though, we in this division are going to be looking at calls downstream on the Colorado River. Okay, if there's no water right placing a call, you all hear this term, that's called a period of free river. Okay, Molly, let's jump. All right, so let's look at your basin. And Christy and Logan, I would love it if you all can help walk through the ways that things operate in this basin. This big, beautiful map I found when I was getting ready for this presentation. Apparently, Tim Beaton, some of you all, I know, Lisa, you remember Tim, from our firm from years ago. This map said at the top that the River District prepared this map for Tim in 2007 or so. I don't know why, but it's a wonderful map. So, Christy and Logan, can you all just maybe walk this group through how the water flows in the Roaring Fork with all these tributaries and then to the Colorado? And then we'll look at the Colorado River map in just a second.
Could we try blowing it up a bit? Even if it crops a little bit, I think it's kind of hard to see that.
Yeah, and there's a lot on there. Maybe while she's blowing it up, I'll just say these rivers are starting in the south and on the east primarily. That's the upper part of the watersheds where you're highest in elevation. And then typically you're gaining in flow as you travel downstream. This looks a bit to me like an upside down piece of cauliflower. And for me, the most delicious part, that's up there in the headwaters. So we're not seeing that just yet, but this is great. Now this for me at least is a good look at the headwaters of the Roaring Fork River. Grizzly Reservoir is shown on there. Yep, right by the hand. Lincoln Creek. North of there is the Roaring Fork, still north above that Twin Lakes tunnel.
Sorry, Christy, where are you directing me?
North, up.
North.
Right. Yep. Just move the mouse. You don't have to move the map.
Just right
there.
here.
Yeah. So the Independence Pass Trans Mountain Diversion System collects some of the water high in the Roaring Fork watershed and takes that water through the Twin Lakes Tunnel, which is located there near the Mouse. That tunnel continues flowing east into Division 2, into the Arkansas River Basin. But some of the water in the upper watershed does flow downstream, down Lincoln Creek and down the Roaring Fork River, and then, of course, comes through Aspen and continues to flow downstream to the confluence with the Colorado River. This Salvation Ditch, where the Mouse was just a moment ago, is a major diversion that takes water during irrigation season and does certainly have an impact on the flows in the Roaring Fork River. You can see as you continue to go downstream a number of creeks coming in, Hunter, Maroon, Brush, Snowmass, Woody, and the rivers generally gaining flow from those tributaries as you go. The Frying Pan River, major tributary to the Roaring Fork, and also where Root Eye Reservoir is located. And then, I don't know, just for me, we just continue going on down the beautiful Roaring Fork through Carbondale, where the Crystal River joins. We've been spending a lot of time looking at the Crystal lately and its water rights and users and needs over there, doing some planning for the future. And then when you are in the Glenwood Springs area, the Roaring Fork and Colorado River join.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christy. Okay, Molly, if we could jump to the next slide. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So this is a more zoomed out view, but to show you what, and we've talked about these with you before, what the main diverters are and what we call the controlling calls on the Colorado River that are pulling water down or can pull water down from the Roaring Fork Basin, call water down. And Christy, can you just give a real quick summary of what the controlling calls are down on the Colorado?
Well, the Shoshone Power Plant in red is a point of diversion associated with a lot of the calls on the Colorado River that is upstream of the confluence with the Roaring Fork in the Colorado. So although it's a major structure on the Colorado River, a Shoshone call does not impact Roaring Fork water users. The calls from the Colorado that would impact Roaring Fork water users and occur commonly are associated with Grand Valley or Cameo. So, down there by the Mouse, the Grand Valley Project point of diversion and the Grand Valley Canal point of diversion. There's a series of water rights at those locations that are administered up to about 2,000 CFS.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you, Christy. Okay, Molly, let's take a look at the next map really fast. So what this map adds to the mix is you can see up there where that red, this basin, so the rivers flow north. So when we say down, we mean north, but we're talking about downstream. So we're a little cattywampus here, but downstream, you can see that pink blob that says rough extent of your RISD water rights. So that is where on the Roaring Fork, down near Basalt, or up near Basalt, depending on how we're looking at it, you've got that RISD reach. So this map also adds in, you can see the colored lines are in-stream flow. Are those are the in-stream flow reaches, right, Logan? Okay, so you can see the number, and we're going to look at the in-stream flow reaches on the Crystal as well in a little bit, but if we get there. But these are also decreed in-stream flow water rights. You can see at the top end, and Christy was just talking about this, the top end of the Roaring Fork Basin, at the origin of the basin, that's where IPTDS, the Independence Pass Trans Mountain Diversion System, takes water. Critical for you all. You know we talk about it a lot. It's a decreed water right. You all have a great relationship with that company. They're called the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company. But they're sitting up there at the top of the basin, and when they're in priority, and we're going to look at that in just a minute, when they're in priority, they can take Christy and Logan 625. Is that their senior? I think I've got it on the...
That sounds right, Jennifer.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So they can take 625 CFS up there at the top of the basin.
So real quick.
Yeah.
The pink is the RISD call for basalt? Is that what you said?
No, that's your RISD. That's the county's RISD.
Right.
And you can now, there are some wonky statutory restrictions on, and decree restrictions on when you could place a call, Patty, with the RISD, but you are entitled to call now. We've hit our 3,000 acre foot subordination limit under the decree. You can call with a 2024 priority, so it's very junior. But you can call, and you can now argue injury to that water right in water court, which is important.
That's very important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Greg?
Can I just ask, how do we delineate the it says rough extent of the RISD?
Oh,
It looks like about by Slaughterhouse. Is that where that is, Andre?
We can show you, Molly, can you go down to the
How does it start there?
RISD?
Why do we define it that way?
I think we've got the
To
RISD
actual-
slide.
It has to be
Let me
taken
see.
to the park.
Sorry, I was
To the
not being
whitewater
clear.
park.
Right, yeah, on the
It's,
north end, but how does it start on the south end?
I
Like,
think
why
that
does it?
pink
Water has
is a
to get
different
there.
color.
Well, I'm just wondering
Can
why
you
the
look
rough
on
extent is.
slide 31?
Yeah, don't want to spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah,
wondering
Greg,
how it was
this
designated.
may help you. So this is from, you all can see where the town of Basalt
Right.
is.
Yeah, I know this end. This end's pretty clear because.
And
we know
this
the
is the whole
structure
kit and caboodle, Greg. So you can
That
see.
other pink was not the pink we were supposed to be looking at.
Oh,
Just
so,
more-
so
just
we don't.
more-
Oh, you were
Stretch.
looking at the
I was-
pink
I was looking at
ISF.
the
I'm
stretch
sorry.
all the way up to Woody Creek.
It was the little pink blob.
Oh, those blocks. Okay,
The RISD
I'm
reach
fine.
is not
no
all that
questions
big.
here. No
Yeah,
questions.
I was
there.
looking at the pretty pink, not the magenta.
Oh, the
pink.
pretty,
Not the purple.
okay, so
Okay,
the
thank you.
pretty pink is the ISF reach,
Yeah, I've
but
got-
the
I know
RISD,
that.
okay.
All right.
Got it, we're
I
good.
thought it was attached to the purple line. I guess purple.
Okay, now that'd be awesome if your RISD were that long.
Well, I was hoping.
That would be quite a ride down the Roaring Fork, I have to say.
That'd be great.
I'm thinking we would not have gotten away with that in the water court case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, fabulous. Okay, so Molly, let's go back up to priority administration, which is slide 12. Okay, we really got a book. Okay, so you all may remember a water rights priority is determined by two things. And I'm going to just say this out front. One of the biggest misconceptions about water rights in Colorado is that your appropriation date is what determines your place in line. It plays into your place in line, but your appropriation date is not the same as your priority unless you have one of the sweet original adjudication decrees from the water district in which that water right is located. Appropriation date otherwise, you'll hear folks say, oh, I have an 1883 appropriation date. Well, unfortunately, you did not go to water court to get that water right decreed until 2023. So your really awesome 1880 appropriation date is only going to help you vis-a-vis everybody else who filed an application in 2024. So really critical, and we're going to look at how these things play out. So 4 water rights that were decreed in what is called an original adjudication. Those water rights have the actual date of appropriation as their priority date. Those are the best water rights out there. Get your priority date as the date of appropriation. Original adjudications were primarily in the county district courts long before the 1969 Act. So it was before we had water courts. The district courts would summon, there would be a notice in a newspaper that would say, come to court on such and such a day. You will have filed ahead of time a statement of claim for your water right describing the appropriation, what you're going to do with it. That happened a first time in every water district. That is the original adjudication in that district. So there was not an original adjudication, just one, in what we now call Division 5. And that is really important to remember because there were a bunch of districts in Division 5. You all are in District 38 in the Roaring Fork Basin. There was an original adjudication in that district and in others. All right, those folks, and you're going to see in a minute, you get a nice sweet O when you look in the state's records if you have an original adjudication decree. After that, these district courts periodically would say, 14 minutes, would say, okay, we're going to have another one. We're going to have a supplemental adjudication. If you did not come the first time, come this time. Do your statement of claim. You're going to get your water right adjudicated. But here's the catch. Everybody in that supplemental adjudication is junior to everybody in the original adjudication, regardless of appropriation date. This keeps on cascading down. Every supplemental adjudication, it works the same way. Everybody in the first supplemental adjudication is senior to everybody in the second, senior to everybody in the third, and so on. After the 1969 Act was adopted, rather than going by dates of adjudication for these supplemental adjudications, we now go by the year in which an application is filed. So again, if I have great-great-great-great-grandma appropriated water right in 1860 and I go to water court this year, I'm going to have a 2025 priority. That's going to be my place in line, not 1860. Okay, Molly, can we? All right, that's the gist of the postponement doctrine. The postponement doctrine, and Christy, I see you're unmuted. I'll get to you in just a sec. Postponement doctrine is kind of harsh because if you did not go to court at your first opportunity in the water district, you're just out of luck. The law rewards those who took that first opportunity to get there. Now, there are some twists and turns in how the state interprets original adjudications. In about the last, I think, 20 or 30 years, the state has started saying there were original adjudications for agricultural irrigation water rights. There were also original adjudications for municipal or domestic water rights. So if you got in there at the first chance, we have a client elsewhere in this division, a town, got in at the first opportunity for a municipal adjudication, and now even though that town's appropriation date is junior, for instance, to that of Shoshone, that water right is administered as senior to Shoshone. So really critical. Okay, Molly, let's look at some examples here.
I want to ask Christy.
Oh, sorry, Christy. Thank you, Molly. I saw you were unmuted there.
No, just a fluke, sorry.
Oh, okay.
This has been great.
Okay, great. So I don't know if we're going to be able to zoom close enough. All right, so Healthy Rivers folks, I think we talked briefly about CDSS when we met before, Colorado's Decision Support System, and we can send you, Lisa can send you the link for that as well. This is DWR's online system, and truly for a bunch of water nerds, you someday get in and just play around with it. There is fascinating stuff in CDSS. Okay, what I did here, I wanted to show you how appropriation dates, adjudication dates play out for some of your own water rights. This is one of your very senior irrigation water rights. I don't know if you all pronounce it as Bivert or Bivert ditch. Anybody? No? Bivert. Okay. So Molly can go over a little bit. You can see that the appropriate, Molly, can you go a little bit to the right to get appropriation date? You can see that the appropriation date for the most senior Bivert ditch water right was 1881. And you can see in the column over there to the left that nice O. That means original adjudication. That means this water right gets administered as an 1881 water right. You can see there was another water right decreed to the ditch in the same adjudication. So also the original adjudication for District 38, but it has a bit more junior of an appropriation date. As between all the water rights in an original adjudication, then we stack by appropriation date. As between all water rights in a supplemental, the same supplemental adjudication, we stack by appropriation date. I want you to look at the column called priority admin number. This is a system, it's a very freaky formula for determining the priority admin number. We will not go down that rabbit hole today. But what the priority admin number does is to give James Heath, sitting in Glenwood, a way to look at all the districts in his division, all of the water rights, all of the administration priority dates, and order them by number. The lower your priority admin number, the more senior your water right. Okay, so you all can see here, there is also a third Bivert ditch water right, and these are water rights on Owl Creek, that is from a supplemental adjudication. It has in the column called adjudication date, you'll see that 12/31/1977 number. That means that that application, this is post-1969 Act, that application was filed in 1977. If Molly, you can see the appropriation date for this one is 1958. But this water right, the most junior of your three Bivert ditch water rights, is administered as a 1977 water right. So if you look at that priority admin number list, you can see how low the priority admin numbers are from the original adjudication. You see how high the priority admin number is from the supplemental. Okay, any questions about, I know we're getting into weeds here. Okay, Molly, can we bounce down to, you all will be able, when you get the, we'll send you a PDF of the PowerPoint. You'll be able to play with this, and we'll send you the link to CDSS as well. Molly, why don't we jump down to slide number, let's see, let's go down to slide 22. Yes, thank you. All right, so again, in the interest of time, you all will see we included some more examples for you from CDSS so that you can see how those columns line up with appropriation, administration, adjudication, and admin number. What we did here was to take some of your water rights, those are the ones in purple, and we excerpted from CDSS the type of adjudication, the adjudication date, the appropriation date, and the admin number. We did the same thing for the 2 Shoshone water rights. Now, as Christy told you, because the Roaring Fork comes in to the Colorado River downstream of Shoshone, Shoshone is not calling down anything from the Roaring Fork. But you see in that light green there, those Cameo, the 3 most senior Cameo water rights, or at least 3 representative senior Cameo water rights, they are downstream of the Roaring Fork confluence. They can and do call water down from the Roaring Fork, including, most critically, from the headwaters where IPTDS takes water. Okay, and so the last in that light, what color is that? Peach. At the bottom of the list, that is the IPTDS, the first priority, and then what you all have heard us call Twin Junior. Okay, so we were going to play a little game here and figure out how calls would work. We may not have time. Are we at the end of the line? We got 4 minutes? Okay. All right, but so let's look at this. You all can see Cameo, which is it's the controlling call downstream of the Roaring Fork confluence on the Colorado. You can see that its adjudication date in a supplemental adjudication, so it doesn't get that nice O. Its adjudication date was 1912. So its priority year is 1912. That's not that great of a priority year. You can see that it is junior. If Shoshone were a consumptive water right, let's say an irrigation water right, Shoshone Senior is well senior to, because it also, supplemental adjudication, thank you, Molly, it has a 1907 priority date. It's a non-consumptive water right, so it doesn't really matter, but you can see that 1912, even though Cameo has those 1882 appropriation dates. Those are they were appropriated early for irrigation purposes. Okay, you can see that the most senior Cameo, where Molly's got the mouse, has, let's see, so 1912 priority, it's got an admin number of 22,729. I'm not sure if you say thousands, Christy and Logan, when you read admin numbers, but 22729. And then it's got the .11922. All right, Molly, can you show the IPTDS tunnel number 1? And this is something Christy and I were talking about yesterday by email, because it's somewhat bizarre when we get into the the more junior Cameo priorities. You can see IPTDS tunnel number 1, 1936. It's a supplemental adjudication. 1936 priority with a 1930 appropriation date. Its admin number is 3941, and then the numbers after the dot. Most critically for you, you can see that is junior to every one of those 3 example Cameo water rights. Now, Christy and I were thinking yesterday there's something freaky going on with Christy, were you thinking it's freaky going on with the Cameo or with the IPTDS, that the admin number is lower for junior Cameo?
Cameo.
Okay.
I think Cameo's getting a benefit that I don't quite yet understand.
Okay, so we're going to unearth that paper trail, because you can see Cameo, those 2 1941 water rights, they're supplemental adjudications. Twin number 1 is a 1936. By strict administration of the priority system, IPTDS tunnel number 1 would be senior to those two Cameo 1941s. The admin number, however, for those two water rights is lower than the admin number for Twin number 1. This is really important, again, for you all, because that is water that if Cameo is calling, any one of those 3 Cameo water rights is not satisfied, Twin is getting called out to some extent. Now, I didn't put the flow rates on here, but I wanted you all to see how these things stack up. To make it as clear as possible for you, here's what in your world, up in the headwaters of the Roaring Fork, what is going to call down that water that otherwise could be diverted, the 625 at Twin, will be those Cameo water rights. Up there in the purple, I want you to see how for these irrigation water rights, and we were talking about these a little bit earlier. I think these are some of the water rights that Open Space and Trails probably is using. You can see how those admin numbers are so senior. So they are not going to get called out by Cameo. Those irrigation water rights, you can see the Kramer Ditch with its 1883 priority. Its admin number is 12158, not getting called out by Cameo. The only of in those purple examples, the Crystal River Hot Springs and Pool, that wasn't decreed. There wasn't an application filed until 1987. That one can get called out. Your junior Bivert Ditch can get called out by Cameo. But what I really want you to see is how valuable those senior irrigation priorities are. And again, we're going to be working hard with you all to make sure you're maximizing the beneficial use of those really valuable irrigation water rights. You can see that they are going to get to divert regardless of what's going on at Cameo.
All right. I think we're over a little bit. Do you want to take
Sorry.
a minute? Is
I'll
it
just-
okay if I take a minute to wrap up?
Sure.
Yeah, actually, I'll just.
One quick question first, if I can.
Yeah.
With the Tunnel 1, even though that number, the administration number might be incorrect, because it's past that time, it's basically set in stone, right? They can't adjust it or tweak it?
So what we think is that, and again, we need, I don't know, Christy and Logan, if we'll have to press on James to figure out where that's coming from. Somewhere in the paper trail, I would imagine, there is an explanation for why Cameo got to leapfrog. The paper trail could be in the IPTDS it could be in that decree and application system. It could be in the Cameo. Somewhere, I'm guessing there may have been, and Christy, I think you have other thoughts on where this might have happened. There could have been a stipulation, for instance, to say in Cameo Junior in 1941, the folks at Twin may have said, we agree to subordinate our water right. We aren't sure yet where that comes from, but those admin numbers are not part of the decree. And so your question is a really good one, because if that's just an error, that could get undone, an administrative error. But if it comes from a decree, then it's set in stone. So we need to figure that out.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much. I do want to move probably to the next part of our section. We have some important topics to discuss between the boards. So.
Okay, great.
All right, we've all been emailed the PowerPoint And so I think we can look through that and see if there are additional questions that individuals have. And maybe this was so fun. I think we should schedule a follow-up perhaps. Okay.
Great.
Wow, thank you.
Yes, thank you so
And
much.
I just would invite folks, grab a coffee and if you need to use the restroom, but we'll just keep working through here if that works. Okay.
All right, so we're going to move on to talk about the wild and scenic stakeholder process. Kelly, I think you probably.
Yeah, and
have
let
an
me,
intro there.
I think it probably makes sense for some staff to come up and join it. Does it make sense for you all to join us at the table at this point? The next several topics, I think we will be alternating between board, BoCC board, Healthy Rivers board, and staff updates, because different folks are kind of leaders on the variety of topics, if that makes the most sense. Okay, and so with wild and scenic, so myself and Francie and Lisa Tasker have been primarily involved in that process. And, this is an opportunity, I think, for discussion for the board, because I know there's some funding implications for the Healthy Rivers Fund. So that has the 3 subcommittees that were formed after the year-long stakeholder meetings took place are still underway with varying degrees of activity, is what I would say. I have not heard a lot relative to the intergovernmental agreements. I think we had a gap because the information went to Laura Maker and then she became a judge. And so I've reached out to my colleagues in Gunnison County who have been primary chairs in that group to sort of find out where that's at and what information there would be for both of our boards to review. And if you remember, some of the goals of that are there ways that the governments can be collaborative in policy making or in our approach to protections of the crystal within our purviews. And, are there different codes we could update? Is there an IGA we can enter relative to statements about prohibitions to dams and diversions? Then the other subcommittee that I've been more involved in is relative to the drafting of a draft legislation and bill. And so that subcommittee work has met over the last year with a variety of essentially information gathering and presentations from experts in administering the management of wild and scenic rivers and the implications for private properties, local governments, recreational users, management entities, et cetera. They are now in the point of, that has been led by 3 folks who represent some of our local advocacy nonprofits in the water conservation and environmental protection space, EcoFlight, American Whitewater, and Wilderness Workshop. And, we've talked about this. It's become clear that they've not been focused on their advocacy role as they sit as the chair of this subcommittee. In trying to push the group towards the goal of drafting language. That's a contentious group. There are folks in that group who are doing everything they can to prevent that deliverable of draft language from coming forward. And the need for clearer community advocacy is paramount. And so that group is pivoting towards hiring a facilitator to take on that next phase of moving the group towards drafting language and getting the advocates out of the space where they have been acting more neutrally as opposed to advocating for the goals of wild and scenic protection that we all have. As I understand it now, I don't know if the RFP has gone out. I don't think they're asking the county or the Healthy Rivers Board for any funding to support that. They've identified other funding sources. I think primarily the CWCB has changed their language relative to a wild and scenic grant fund that they have that used to be written very narrowly, essentially helping groups to avoid a wild and scenic federal designation, and they've removed the language to then open up the grant to allow perhaps support for our work, which is to seek a federal designation. And so that's been positive. I'll report out. A few months ago, Lisa and I did do a presentation to the CWCB staff, and we had quite the attendance. I mean, there was, I don't know, like 15 people, including Dan Gibbs, who's the head of DNR, including, I'm not going to remember everybody's names, but their roles, including the person who manages in-stream flow rights, including the woman who's the attorney for the Colorado Compact to the federal negotiations. And it was really just sort of an educational presentation to them about all the work that's been going on and conversation that's been going on, and, you know, flagging sort of how they've delegated staff and how that partnership has been informative and helpful. But really it was just kind of laying the groundwork that we continue to persist and pursue this, and wanting to bring forward all the work that's been done on that. So, and then finally there's an in-stream flow rights subcommittee that Lisa Tasker has been on, and I don't know if you want to report out where that work is at right now.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Yeah, so yesterday we had a meeting actually, and I can sort of report from about sort of where we've landed at this point. And right now there's definitely a big effort to look into trying to find what's happening is we're looking at a peaking in-stream flow, which we're trying not to refer to it as that because the CWCB is not really too excited about that, but it is basically the unaugmented flows on the Crystal River, which is, you know, the higher part of the hydrograph. And you guys are somewhat aware of this because we did put some funding in along with Wilderness Workshop and American Whitewater earlier to have Brad, I'm going to forget Brad's last name right now, to have a consultant pull up and do a literature research looking at all of sort of the potential environmental attributes of the crystal that could be somehow pulled up and associated with an in-stream flow right, because what we're actually been using is, this is kind of a new concept, this whole idea of getting a peaking in-stream flow. It's definitely a newer concept. There's Cottonwood, Monitor, and Potter creeks off of the Gunnison. Those are tributaries. They have actually received this type of water right, an in-stream flow right, which is relatively new because most of the in-stream flow rights are basically water on a fish's back. It's kind of a minimal amount of water in the stream to keep things alive. So this is a different concept, and this is what we're trying to pursue on the crystals. And so where we are at this point, I'll kind of jump to where we are. We are reaching out to people who can potentially help us understand what kind of environmental values we can pull in and have potentially be associated with, you know, these higher flows. Like, for example, what we're really focused on, which is what happened on Cottonwood, Monitor, and Potter, is they focus on cottonwoods. Cottonwoods need these very big, huge flushing flows in order for them to reseed. Then you end up with these sort of you can imagine you have a big flood come through, and when it starts to recede, you get these mud flats, for example, and they're nice and wet, and if it coincides nicely with when the seed rain is happening with both cottonwoods and willows, they're related, that's when you can actually end up getting some pretty major stands of cottonwoods. It's like a major event, like once in a couple times during a century. So that's what they actually connected this new in-stream flow with, was the idea that these cottonwoods need to have that kind of a situation to sustain themselves and to regenerate. So it's a very interesting and kind of newer concept, and we're trying to kind of look into that. We actually have now reaching out to someone named David Cooper. I don't know if anybody's familiar with him. He is a ecologist, quite well known, riparian ecologist at CSU. We're actually reaching out to him and some other folks now to try and figure out how we can maybe focus a little bit and dial down a little bit more. We have some areas on the Crystal. We've pulled in Faloha Meadows, you might imagine, some things like that, some areas where there are wetlands, the marble wetlands. So we got about 5 places that we're sort of focused on right now in the upper part of the Crystal to try and look at whether or not we have, you know, some kind of plant community, plant association that is, you know, similar to this. This was actually a cottonwood, dogwood plant association, which I think that those are kind of common species, interestingly enough, that you folks that's sitting at this table might actually know what they are. But anyway, so there's a bit of a story to all of this, and it's going to take some deep dives. We're kind of going down a very creative path. We're also wary of the fact that, this is territory that hasn't completely been, discovered yet. So, and we could go down some rabbit holes and get into some trouble because, you could actually probably start arguing that a lot of things need to have these flushing flows and these high peak flows, and you need to have the peak and the hydrograph for just about everything, on some level. So that's not going to work well in the water rights community. So we're trying to get ourselves more focused. So anyway, long story short, we're trying to bring in some folks who can help us maybe dial down on some of those plant associations or those particular species. We're even looking at the sediment regime on the Crystal River. That might be something that can be pulled in. But so there's obviously a lot of territory to kind of go down, and it's going to take some money. And yes, there's going to be some funding issues. But that's where that group is. It's very interesting. We have, the wonderful thing is we have CWCB at the table. We have some folks from Western Resource Advocates. We have people from the River District, Wilderness Workshop. Several folks are very dedicated at coming to these meetings. So it's an impressive effort. So that's kind of where we've landed.
And I just want to tie that to how these all kind of work together, because some of the discussion relative to success on a wild and scenic designation is the contemplation of a subordinated in-stream flow right to the state as opposed to being federally held.
Yep.
And this is it's still really important that for us to be able to respond to the claim that folks make about the Crystal. Wouldn't the Crystal be bettered as a dammed and managed river? And so the benefits of a flushing flow that they are discovering are like incredibly important to kind of countering that narrative. So I'll leave it at that, and then if you want to direct any questions from folks.
Sure. Thanks for that overview, and Kelly, for your leadership on that. I know that organizing with the other counties and getting the stakeholder group going, which we were asked to do, was a huge lift. And I think what our board has been discussing is that we're kind of at an inflection point right here. The stakeholder process, as funded by the counties, has kind of is coming to an end to a certain extent. We generated a lot of other interesting ideas in these subcommittees that wouldn't have happened had we not gone through the stakeholder process. But for our board that has been funding salary and time and part of that process, I think we're starting to get to a question of what's the right level of funding for the stakeholder process or the other efforts going forward. Bill, I don't know if you had something you wanted to... Any other folks from the Healthy Rivers Board want to comment on this process?
Well, how far are we going to go and continue going in terms of funding? We're at that inflection point, and we want it to move forward, but it might not need to be moving forward at the same level that we initiated the whole process.
And I think we will be considering a grant application. A lot of that funding has gone out through our grant program to the other local NGOs that you mentioned, and as well as funding for the effort through the county. But we're going to be reviewing some proposals in this new round of grants that I think is talking about that shift towards a more advocacy role. And I really appreciate that those groups have gone out and found funding for their own facilitator for the drafting process.
Yeah. I mean, I would, we look forward to the recommendations from the board. I know I know it's been frustrating for many of us who really want to see this get done in our lifetimes. And and know that the minority voices have claimed a large stake at the table. I personally continue to think that we're on the correct path, whether albeit slow and frustrating, and can understand that the board has to weigh its different priorities. I think it's also gotten to a point where it's sort of a bigger life than picking counties as the only central major funder too. So.
And one comment that has bothered me all along with this is marble is the key. Marble can kill it. It could get both senators involved, the congressman involved, everybody, and then marble can say no, and that'll mean Gunnison will not go contrary to marble, as they've stated repeatedly to us in the past. So there's the only stakeholder representative of marble, I guess, is Ron Leach. Is anybody else the town manager? Are there any other marble members of the stakeholder group?
I mean, there are Marble members who sit on the broader stakeholder committee, and there are residents of Marble who are participating in the various subcommittees as well. I think that there is a path where Marble is on board and other stakeholders still retain power to kill wild and scenic. So, I think we're closer to Marble being in support than we ever have been based on my conversations and relationship building there with the council, with the trustees. But I think the commitments that other power players have made in the past, that how Marble goes, we will go, are not holding strong. I think Gunnison could change its mind. I think the River District could change its mind. So I think that's just part of where the advocacy effort needs to really get stronger to deal with that. And that's just one person's opinion, but.
And we have an interesting situation happening. We have the senator who's been really involved, Bennett, who's announcing he's going to run for governor, and there is a path through Wild and Scenic through the governorship. So who knows what could happen in the future. Just thought I'd throw that out there. That's an interesting and new conundrum. So, and maybe a new possibility.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks everyone. I think we'll move on now to an update on the Whitewater Park, the Healthy Rivers program's greatest physical asset. So we had a lot of construction activity last year. We found out in order to install the stream side amenities to really kind of make it a park, those amphitheater seats stepping down towards the river itself, we needed to move both the road, Two Rivers Road there, as well as some fiber optic cable that was running through the ground. So last year we were able to achieve moving the fiber optic cable and the road in June, and the fiber optic cable moved in June and the road shifted in October. We also installed an emergency access route for emergency vehicles to get down to the actual wave site in September. And we installed the boardwalks that are meant to eventually connect those stream side amenities to the parking and further down towards Fisherman's Park in May. So those are open now. You can go walk your dog and enjoy that aspect of the park. But we did put out to bid for the construction of those stream side amenities in January, and all the bids came in significantly over the budget we had allocated. So we're in a bit of a spot right now where we're trying to figure out how to move forward. Lisa and Lisa have identified several grant opportunities we can apply to in order to increase that budget, bringing in outside money. So I believe the BoCC has already reviewed an application that we put in for $250,000 to the CPW Fishing is Fun grant. And Lisa also identified another CPW opportunity, the Land and Water Conservation Fund. So unfortunately, we're in this spot where, because of the funding or the funding issues related to the being over budget with the bids, we're not sure that we're actually going to be able to implement those streamside amenities this summer, depending on when these grant applications get reviewed, and if the money comes in, we may need to push that to next summer. But we have, Lisa have been in conversation with the Ely family about the potential for renaming the Whitewater Park in honor of former Pickens County Attorney John Ely. And those conversations are ongoing as to what would be most appropriate and work for the family.
Lovely. I have to say, I was very impressed with how quickly the road got moved. I drive to Basalt every day, and I was like, wow, they did this in like 2 weeks. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and staff did a great job of working with Basalt at a time that they were dealing with the Midland Avenue project. So it was a tough spot at the time for the town. Certainly a lot of attention being paid to roads, so that was great.
Yeah. Okay.
Question?
Yes.
Who is talking to the contractors? How often do you speak to the contractors who were bidding on this and gave you the bids which are above what you had budgeted?
Well, we did do a quick meeting with one of the lower bidders. We haven't awarded or done anything because of the funding issues. So we did some, they call it value engineering, to see if there were ways we could adjust some of the work. And but we don't have like a contractor on board. But our engineers have been talking with a few of them.
Right. The reason I'm asking is I can't help but think a contractor who might get a sure thing in a lower bid might be more agreeable to accepting that in this current climate, because things are looking a little dodgy going forward with possible recession and all this other stuff, and they may be willing to come down a little bit in order to lock in a deal. And I think that's an opportunity for us to at least discuss that with them.
Yeah. Great.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we do a temporary sign in honor of John? Because it could be years out, and I'd rather get something up there sooner. Something simple till we have a final plan as to what the family wants to do. I think that'd be great, because it could be years.
Too simple.
No, well, something that, yeah, I think that there's grander ideas, but I think in the interim it could be years out, and I'd rather honor John sooner than later.
Like a dedicated versus a
Yeah, just
versus
something.
a final name until it's confirmed.
Yeah. Because I know, in speaking with Erin Ely, she's got some pretty big plans that we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah.
But I think something in the interim would be great.
Yeah. On some of the streamside areas, we've talked about like carving some of his quotes into like the boulders or the rocks or along the boardwalk
Like John
or something
Denver
like
Park
that.
kind of a
yeah,
thing.
Yeah, a little bit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You can do whatever you want, right?
That's. I still am trying. It's been 23 years. John used to say that to me all the time. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, let's
Inside
keep
joke.
moving.
Okay, great. So next we'll talk about the Healthy Rivers Grants Program, which is the way that we look for projects in the community that we can partner with grantees on. We treat this a bit differently than what we call our partner projects, where the Healthy Rivers Board and staff are really involved in actual management, design, and implementation of a project. With our grant making, we're basically putting out a call for ideas from the community and different organizations that are already working in the community to bring us their project ideas that benefit rivers in terms of quantity and quality, and then actually put Healthy Rivers program funding to those. So we've been funding since 2010. And we, at least when I joined the board in 2022, we were doing 2 grant cycles in April and September, was it? We've, just for efficiencies, we've narrowed that down to having only 1 grant round in April now, and we'll be reviewing those proposals at our board meeting later this week. We've been setting aside a budget annually. Was it 150?
200.
200 now. 200 now for this grant program. And the way we're considering these is if it's under 15,000, then we consider that a sponsorship. If it's above that, then it's a grant that we're recommending for award to you all with the boards, the BoCC. So you'll be reviewing those, and our reviews and notes of those projects at one of your meetings. And I'll open it up to comments from the rest of the board, but from my perspective, this has been a really great way for us to support the work that's going on to protect rivers at all kinds of organizations throughout the valley. Ultimately, this is a volunteer board with 2 staff. The only physical property we really own is the Whitewater Park, so everything that we do is a partnership to a certain extent, and this is a way for us to bring in partners through an open call.
Any other comments or questions? Greg?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was an original member of the Healthy Rivers and very proud of that. I'm so glad to see it. I'm glad to see Bill is still there carrying the flag. I was just,
Andre.
and Andre's there from day one. You're from early on too, right? That's right. Sorry, God, I thought you came later. The question I had was, and I talked to John Peacock about this earlier. When we see the Forest Service being forced to cut back dramatically with their ranger staffing, their supervision, all this sort of thing, it occurred to me that if there's any overlap with water, river, streams around any of their parks, things that we think might be at risk because they don't have supervision or maintenance, it's possible that nobody has come to the Healthy Rivers Board with a grant application to help fund picking up the slack there. But I think that's something the Healthy Rivers Board could do proactively in conversation with former district rangers and things like that. Only because I think we're going to be looking for funding sources to try to take care of our wildlands and our riverine areas, riparian areas, and that might be a solution. It may not. I just wanted to throw it out.
That was actually a conversation I had on the river this week with somebody who had her funding cut, which I think is a critical part, and that's a discussion we're going to have on Thursday as well.
Excellent. Great. Thanks.
And along with that, we're about to see the deregulation of clean water, clean air, and a lot of things. So it's just getting started, and water quality monitoring is something that we've supported for a long time, and we'll continue to do so, but it might become a lot more important, let's just say.
Right.
And I think it's important to keep in mind how unique, what a wonderful thing this fund is. And I think it's still the only one in Colorado. And so when something comes up before us, we can move without having to justify a library fund or sheriff's office or anything. This is dedicated to our ordinance, and that's really great. I can't, I'm surprised that no other county has adopted anything like this.
If I can throw in a quip, only that it's kind of ironic that this watershed in this county has been thinking about local control a lot longer than the ones who've been, demanding it from the federal level. It's kind of ironic, and I'm grateful.
There's a lot of irony these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, to your point, Greg, about what's going on with federal funding, and of course, so much of this county is made up of public lands, so much of our watershed, that is feeding into the river is public lands. The Healthy Rivers program has had a really strong partnership with the Forest Service over the past few years. Lisa Tasker worked to establish a working relationship on scoping beaver habitat, which you've all seen presentations on. And through that, we funded seasonal, Forest Service seasonals who came to the Roaring Fork and actually went out and did those positions. It's interesting that I think the article in Aspen Journalism the other day, talking to Scott Fitzwilliams, specifically talked about how in some cases those seasonal positions funded by outside organizations have been cut regardless of the fact that the funding is not federal. So I think that's a challenge that we're up against. I certainly think there's going to be a lot of potential impact to the forests, BLM too, and I think it's, to a certain extent, we could spend the entire fund of this entire fund in 1 year trying to backfill all of the management and boots on the ground that we've lost in the last 2 months. So I think it is something for our boards to think about is, what are the most critical services that could impact the quality of water in this watershed that we could maybe backstop, without completely using the fund, but, identifying those highest priority activities that we could help work with. And like I said, staff's already got good relationships with the Forest Service staff.
I just wanted to share that when Francie and I were in DC, we talked to the head of the Forest Service about the ability of the county to actually hire rangers, because they had come up with a rule that prohibited us from doing that, and they reversed it 2 days after we met with them. And I'd be surprised if the current administration has done so much clearing that they eliminated that possibility. But I also would suggest that we should be bold and propose to do that and look at what powers we do have to go in and take care of things that need to be taken care of. And I'd hate to think, well, somebody at the federal level is going to say we can't fund our own support, because it seems to me they're not. I don't think they're able to even pay attention to that right now.
In the article yesterday about Scott Fitzwilliams, it said that they had been reversed again.
Again,
We have two of the.
I didn't read.
Yeah, you got. It's minute by minute.
That was
Breaking.
yesterday,
The two of them, the ones that we've hired, are able to come back. The third one was probationary. That position was cut. So we are able to fund 2 as of right now. So, because it went to unfrozen, then unfrozen, then frozen and re-thawed.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I would recommend that we even ask our legal if there are any local powers. I suggested maybe the sheriff has powers to deputize people to go take care of things. It's possible that it's been suggested that they may have the legal authority to do that, and we should at least understand that.
Yeah, I don't think we can deputize people to enforce on federal land. That would be a great idea, but I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah.
Lisa Tasker had what
Yeah,
comment
I
we
just
should
really
find?
quickly, I'd like to just put this out there for you guys because of conversations that I've had too with some of the folks at the Forest Service and some other NGOs. There definitely seems to be, we definitely have the ability, like everyone's talking about Andre, Kirsten, Greg, to perhaps fill in some of these gaps. But right now, there's maybe potentially an opportunity to sort of hold back from doing that and do some things that are really critical and important, but also an opportunity to just show people exactly what is happening, to actually kind of let them feel the pain. Because if everyone just jumps in and we fill the gap and you don't realize what's been taken away, I think that's kind of this is a moment when maybe that's an opportunity when you can have people feel it and really realize it personally, what's missing, what's being pulled. And if everyone just kind of jumps in and starts to fill the gap, then we don't get to go through that period. And I feel like we're losing potentially, like, Andre was just saying, water quality, quantity, I mean, you name it, there's a lot of things, clean air, that are gonna try to be pulled. So I think there's a potential opportunity to maybe pull back from our first instinct, which is to come in and save the day, and maybe allow for some time to let people realize what's missing and what's being changed a little bit. So I just wanted to put that on the table, that I've had those conversations with some
I kind of think that'll happen anyway.
Yeah, I think it will happen anyway, but I do think that we live in a unique area, and that was even part of that article, right? Where we have so many NGOs and money and people that care.
Well, can I just really quick? And the other part of that is that if the federal government sees us come to our own rescue, they're going to say, fine, they took care of it, we don't need to bother about it anymore. So that is a lesson we learned at a different level. I'd rather not see damage done to our environment that is not recoverable.
Right.
But at the same time, if we start funding things, they're going to say, fine, you guys can take care of it from here on out, and we may not have the resources to do that.
Thanks, Patty. All right, so moving on, we're going to go over the Rivers Program strategic goals and planning. We had a great conversation among board members at our February meeting about, kind of personal priorities that we'd like to see the Healthy Rivers Program work on as board members. We're looking to have a more in-depth strategic planning event in probably June, actually up on the new Snowmass Creek. Is it Snowmass Creek site? Oh, Snowmass Falls property that OST recently acquired. Just to kind of take a step back and look at the big picture and think about, what are the priority ways for us to be allocating our funding and, getting projects up and running. Some of the things we talked about, and we talked about it already here today during our Water 102, is gauging water measurement, the potential for funding projects that improve irrigation efficiency, whether that be the telemetry on diversion gates that actually allow remote control of the gates or remote gauging, et cetera. We talked about beavers, which has been a big focus of our program over the last few years. We're in a spot here where we have received all the data that those Forest Service seasonals collected, and we've identified some potential early projects to work on with the Forest Service. Some of that funding is in question at the moment because some of it is federal. But Lisa and Lisa have been working on the concept of a Beaver Fest event to actually have, draw more of the community in and talk more about the potential for beaver restoration in our watershed that might even involve a community reads aspect where everyone reads the same book about what beavers do. In terms of projects that we're working on, the Leaking Creek water quality issue is absolutely top of mind. We've been setting aside quite a bit of funding within the program itself to fund studies on the situation so we can figure out what we might be able to do moving forward. Of course, we have the Whitewater Park costs, trying to get those streamside amenities built and the park finished to a certain extent. We've also had an active project going on for a number of years now on the Crystal Riverfront Park, it's called. It's kind of on the Roaring Fork in the River Valley Ranch area, on the Crystal in the River Valley Ranch area in partnership with Roaring Fork Conservancy and the town of Carbondale. We actually changed the way the diversion for the ditches there so that rather than having to go into the river with heavy machinery every year and push up this dam to get this gravel dam to get the water to go in the ditch there, we've changed it so the ditch can take water without us having to interrupt the habitat like that. And then we also have the improvements at the Sam Cottle State Wildlife Area boat ramp, which is down there at Iron Bridge, very popular put in takeout for boaters in the Roaring Fork. And we've completed the actual ramp down itself. We're now at the point where CPW is working on the parking and the road that's going to connect through.
It's open. I was there on Sunday, put in there and floated the river. That's where we saw the two new beaver dams on the lower Roaring Fork.
Great.
Very cool.
They're coming to the festival.
With my granddaughter in her sweatshirt.
Just one other topic. This is not a super active project, but something that's ongoing negotiations or determinations of how best to operate is when bypasses of the Twin Lakes tunnel system happen, for that water to actually go in the Roaring Fork, that was something that Laura Maker was very involved in, and Lisa and Lisa have been working with our new council, who we just heard from, about how to best time and operate those to benefit the Roaring Fork. Healthy Rivers board members, what did I miss, or what do you want to emphasize?
I'd just like to comment that I've really appreciated the shift over the years to being more strategic in how all the projects are, delivering in really meaningful improvements in the watershed. In the past, I think it was before we had like a full staff component, it was just sort of receptive to what community grants wanted to get done, and I think it's really proven to be really effective in moving in that direction. So thanks.
I just wanted to propose that we come up with some way to celebrate every time the Twin Lakes diversion gets shut off. There ought to be like free drinks at the pub.
Or like at least let people know.
Yeah,
right?
there ought to be like a flag goes up.
Yeah,
The pub's been gone for
The
years.
tower bell
You raise
rings.
a beaver on the tallest point in town. and then we
Drink
would
specials
know.
at the Jerome Bar. Just a thought.
You have a good point. I don't think people realize that, sometimes when we are getting that water, why that water is being released, excess water. So it'd be a good press release.
Or in the cameo call as
You know.
well. It's like celebrate every time there's more water in the river. Thank you.
All right, one more topic. Shoshone permanency. I don't think we've talked about who we want to lead this, but I believe you all are talking about some of this on Thursday. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and if Jennifer could give a quick overview if you wanted, or.
Or Rye?
So you all are looking just basically for a quick update on where things stand?
I think so. I mean, I think it helped for us to just connect. This hasn't been a conversation that we've had with both
Together.
boards, currently, because there is a negotiation happening. A lot of this is being discussed in executive
Yes,
sessions. But, there is a general awareness of this happening, and maybe you can talk about sort of what the River District is and the conversations that are being teed up with the River Board for Thursday.
Okay, sure, and please jump in whenever. So the River District, we discussed, I think back in November with you folks on the River Board, that the River District, I think in broad terms about the proposed deal, $98.5 million, Molly, that they have agreed, if they can get the money, to pay to PSCO, XL Energy, to acquire the Shoshone water rights, both the senior and the junior that you'll see in that PowerPoint that Lisa sent you. Acquire those water rights, partner with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, dedicate the water rights to the Colorado Water Conservation Board through its statutory process. CWCB, go through that process, accept the dedication if it meets all of the statutory requirements, and then determine that there is they call it a reach of the river, that the Shoshone water rights could be dedicated to for in-stream flow purposes when the power plant is not operating. So part of the proposal right now is that the power plant will continue to use the water. But when it's not using the water, that the CWCB, through a water court application in which the River District, and PSCO, XL, will be co-applicants, will change those water rights. Now, we didn't get to talk about changes today, but it'll be in, that's maybe 202, will change the water rights so they can be used for that purpose. Now, there are a lot of statutory hoops that CWCB will have to jump through with the River District. They are planning, Molly, to bring the proposal to the River District in May?
The CWCB?
Sorry, did I
Yeah.
say the, yes.
I think yes, May is what we have heard.
And so.
May 21st?
21st.
Is there a board meeting scheduled?
That's what I heard.
Okay. So what will happen, there have to be 2 River District CWCB meetings.
Correct.
Okay, and so they are trying to get that process moving this summer. After they get through that, then they would file a change of water rights application and the water court case will begin. That case probably will stretch for 3 to 5 years.
Your guess is as good as
And
mine.
then probably go up to the Supreme Court depending on what happens. So it could be a long haul. They being the River District, are reaching out to various entities on the Front Range in particular, we understand, to try to get, they know they're going to get opposition, to try to get, I think, less opposition. Ryan, Molly, and I, from the legal perspective, Lisa and Martin and Wood from the technical perspective have been meeting with the River District for the last 6 months to talk about the proposal. And we have a document that is, or a proposed agreement. It's not an agreement that has been entered into yet. We're talking about it with BoCC today in executive session. Where'd Rye go?
You just stepped out.
Escape again?
Gotta tie him down.
It is a public document at this point. So we can just tell you the agreement is just basically out there to allow the county and the River District, if it were to be approved, allow the county and the River District to say the county supports the overarching point of the proposed project, which is to keep water on the west slope. But the county wants to protect the Roaring Fork. So it really is an agreement that lets the 2 entities move forward collaboratively while understanding that Pitkin County is making sure that there will not be injury to the water rights, and we will do that in water court. So I hope that gives you kind of status and what you need.
Jennifer, can you talk a bit about, what is the CWCB's role in in-stream flow rights
Absolutely.
generally? Yeah.
Sure, and sorry, we didn't quite get there today.
Yeah, that's
it is
fine.
in your it is in your PowerPoint. They are the only entity in Colorado that is allowed to own water rights solely for in-stream flow purposes, or it's called lake level purposes, to maintain levels in lakes. Nobody else can have that, and Greg had asked the question earlier about diversion structures. They don't have to have a diversion. They appropriate reaches, and then they are entitled to operate water rights, call for water, protect water rights solely for the purposes of maintaining the natural environment to a reasonable degree?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the key, Kirsten, is that in-stream flow water rights are decreed for what is called the minimum flow that will accomplish those purposes. After those water rights are decreed to the CWCB, it is then obligated by law to exercise them to their full extent and to protect them. So their role, and the reason that they have to be the co-applicant with the River District, is that they will be the official owner of the right to use the water for in-stream flow purposes. And actually, it's also just a really quick aside, the RISD that you all own, that was the state legislature's nod to say, okay, sometimes municipalities, counties, districts may want, it's kind of the equivalent of an in-stream flow. but with the twist of boating
Structure,
for a
right.
reasonable recreation experience.
Can I ask a quick question just to clarify regarding Shoshone? If the turbine, say the last remaining turbine were to fail, is that going to affect this negotiation, or will it be assumed that it's going to cease at some point and it will still have that water right?
That's a really good question, Greg. I think they being, in this case, Excel, Piesco, probably are anticipating that eventually those turbines will fail, right?
And Greg, just to clarify, are you talking about the agreement between Excel, River District, and CWCB, or the potential agreement between the county and the River District
River
here?
District, CWCB.
Okay,
Yeah, the main
yeah.
deal, the big deal that we're supposed to be, that we want to support.
I think, yes, eventually they do anticipate them going offline.
It becomes, it's not economically feasible at some point there. Why put a new, why do it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want that to
And then it
screw
becomes
up.
just an in-stream flow water, right?
Right. I was just hoping that, I think that's been part of it all along, but I wasn't certain.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, Greg. And I mean, as we discussed with the River Board in November, and we've talked extensively with BoCC about as well, one of the reasons we were looking so closely at priorities with Cameo and IPTDS Twin today is that for you, that's where the bullseye has been, that if Cameo, if the call comes off, so Shoshone calls water down the river for an ISF when it would not do that for power, that means that water satisfies Cameo. Cameo call comes off, that means Twin can divert. And that means there's less water in the Roaring Fork. So that's really been the focal point for the county, trying to figure out where the sweet spot lies to say there's a way to have Shoshone benefit, but we need to protect the Roaring Fork. So that's where we've been.
Can we go back to minimum stream flow?
Sure.
Has there ever been an instance that you know of where the CWCB has called out for the excessive use by a senior right that's adversely affecting their minimum stream flow?
So they would have a couple of ways they could do that. Now, I don't know if I've been in a case where where CWCB has done that. They could not. So the in-stream flow program did not begin until the 1970s. That means when the CWCB started appropriating water rights and going to water court, all of their priorities are fairly junior. They're 70s, 80s. So when they call, they can only call water from water rights that are junior to them. However, in cases where a senior is trying to change a water right, or in a case where someone comes in and applies for an augmentation plan, that lets you take water out of priority, that's the baby in the hospital, you take water out of priority and you replace it with another supply, then the CWCB has to protect, or can protect, I should say, that water right by saying, okay, if you, water user, change your irrigation water right so that you're doing something else with it, you are now causing, let's say, a change in timing of the flows in the river, and you are shorting the in-stream flow in a way that would not have happened without the change. Yes, they can argue that.
But just excessive use, excessive diversion.
Oh, so you're talking about waste.
Yes.
That is a really interesting question. Yes, they could. So I have not seen it happen, but yes, they could. They conceivably could go down to James Heath's office or call him or email him and say, you know what, if you were to curtail these diversions so that they are not wasteful, the in-stream flow water rights, let's use the ones on the Crystal because they are always shorted. Those water rights would be getting satisfied far more often if you were curtailing. it's an interesting approach to saying potentially somewhere down the road to the CWCB, we know that you're obligated by law to protect and to enforce, to call down water to these water rights. We're seeing ways that you could do that, and here they are. So that's a really interesting idea. I have not seen them do that before, but it's absolutely authorized, and one would think actually required of them to get that water as they can. They, let me just say, like every other agency in the state, like all of us, they are spread so thin that it really takes someone coming to them and saying, I want to talk about these in-stream flow water rights, and here's how we think you could maximize their beneficial use. They absolutely want that water in the river. These folks have all the best intentions. They want that water in the river. Sometimes they need people to bring to their attention ways that they could accomplish that.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna wrap us up here, if that is okay. I do think so I just want to be clear, is the River Board meeting on Thursday and getting a discussion on Shoshone, and then we'll get some recommendation from that board as part of our thought process on Shoshone as well. Okay. So that is imminent, let's say, as is our own executive session for the BoCC. And I just want to say there is lunch next door. So but we are going to vote to go into executive session, but everyone is welcome to grab lunch. The BoCC and attorneys, I invite you to grab lunch and then go upstairs to the third floor conference room where we will have our executive session. So with that, I would like to please call a special meeting for the purposes of going into executive session for discussion of the Shoshone and Colorado River Conservation District change of water rights discussion with council for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B. Do I have a motion from
So
a
moved.
commissioner? Thank you, Greg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Patty. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I'll just extend, Francie Jacober was sorry she couldn't be here today. She is our rep to the River District and is at their 2-day meeting. Okay, thank you all. It was lovely to see you. And
you
we
guys need to go
will
into exec?
connect again soon. I don't think they're coming
we're
into
not.
exec. They're welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, April 15th.
Somebody doesn't have a link or meeting ID.
I am going to call a special meeting because we have an urgent resolution we need to undertake today as a voting item, which we don't normally do on Tuesdays, but we have a deadline. And I'm going to invite Jeanette Jones and our Undersheriff Alex Burketta and the Sheriff Michael Bolioni to join us, and you can explain what the deadlines are, maybe how this policy is connected to the deadline, and the sheriffs can present the policy that we're reviewing.
I just got a note from someone. I don't know who the number is. I don't have a link or meeting ID.
Anita was going to join
Anita.
us.
Oh,
Anita
Okay.
Cameron.
she's contacting you,
Do you
yeah.
want me to give you her phone number?
She has an email, I believe, right? Does she
Apparently she doesn't have any
No.
information on how to link into the meeting.
No, she doesn't.
But
have
it's
any-
only 5 minutes,
or,
so.
I mean, she doesn't work for Pickens County.
Okay, so we
can
have
probably move forward without her.
one of our stakeholders on this topic trying to join us. I think we can start to discuss the context of today's special meeting while.
And I think
She
we can
gets online.
explain the basic why we have to do this, yeah.
Great. All right, I'll turn it over to Jeanette.
Ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Jeanette Jones, Manager's Office, and thank you all for allowing us to come forward at a special meeting today. As you all recall, on December 4th last year, 2024, the BoCC approved a resolution number 117-2025, and that was approving an IGA with multiple counties and authorizing the chair to sign a community development block grant. It was a two-sided approval. So Anita Cameron is in the process of filing her grant application, which is due on the 21st of April. And as part of the provisions of the grant application, and to receive grant funding and from HUD, counties and municipalities are required to adopt and enforce a use of force policy. To comply with the requirements of the grant application, staff did submit the sheriff's policy to Anita, but DOLA got back to her representative with the economic division, that we needed a signature on the policy. So that presented a little bit of a problem because we have a personnel or a policy and procedure manual for the county, but we do not have that type of policy in it because obviously that type of policy is under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office. So we, Michael and Alex are here with me. Alex provided us their policy, but again, there was a requirement for our chair to sign that policy. So in order to kind of rectify the issue, rectify the situation, we're bringing a resolution forward to you all to acknowledge the Pickens County Sheriff's policy, and that will satisfy the requirements of DOLA.
Okay, questions from board members at this point? Patty?
How in the heck does this policy apply to this HUD grant? I don't see a nexus, like you could go in and confiscate collateral and use force. I don't understand. I want the public to be very clear that this has nothing to do with immigration or ICE or any of that, that this is just something wacky.
Agreed. Agreed 100%.
We all agree.
It's something that we need to do
Looks
for
like Anita has joined us. And I'll let John take a stab, and then if we have more questions.
And Patty, the origin of these dollars are federal, and there are a lot of requirements that often attach to these grants that have nothing to do with the direct use of the funds. And so this is, I think, staff's opinion, a little bit of a box checking exercise in relation to this grant.
Well, I don't have a problem with our policy. I remember when we talked about it at length. I just want the public to be clear that
Right.
this is just one of those weird attachments coming out of the federal government, that it has nothing to do with us starting to implement this policy against people who are right now nervous about being in this country.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita, did you want to contribute anything else to the question?
Meeting with a panelist right now.
Okay, there she is. Anita, did you hear Patty's question? Did you want to provide an answer at all? Okay, I'll turn it over to our sheriffs if you wanted to talk at all about this.
Well, I guess my only, do you have questions
It's in
about
front of us
the
right now.
policy? Are there any questions about our policy in general, or?
I mean, I guess, this seems like standard operating procedure for sheriffs to have this policy and training associated with the policy. It just raised questions for me of like, oh, what does this look like on the ground?
It's based on the force continuum of officer presence, right? That's our first initial show up on a scene to use of deadly force and everything in between.
It's all guided by statute.
Statute.
181707 is the statute at the state level that essentially sets the policy in place, and there's not a lot of room in how it's interpreted or how we get to choose to do things, especially after the SB 21, I forget the exact title, but the Law Enforcement Integrity Act that was passed during COVID really refined some of the wording and the terminology in the statute that essentially put this policy in place.
And we don't usually hear about your use of deadly force or otherwise, so of the understanding it's not required here, generally.
The training is required to keep the public and individuals and the deputies safe, but as you know, it's been years since the last implementation of deadly force or attempted deadly force.
2001.
Yeah, and even our force that's applied on a daily basis is very low. I think one of the things we pride ourselves on is hiring smart individuals that can de-escalate situations. We go through a tremendous amount of de-escalation training, and how to communicate with people, and implementing other resources like our PACT program to handle. So, and the PACT program, exactly. So we don't often find ourselves in those situations. When we do, they have a policy that's clear that guides them in how they should act. And I think we're fortunate that we live in a community that allows us to not have to implement many aspects of this policy.
Yeah. I always say our mouths and brains are our best tools that we bring to a scene. And if we treat everybody with dignity, compassion, and respect, 99.9% of the time, you're going to get that back. If we treated people the opposite way, we'd probably have a lot more use of force or response to resistance, as we like to call it.
Okay, thank you. Anita, do you want to maybe clarify a little bit for us why we need to adopt this policy as part of your grant application?
Yes, as John Peacock was saying, it's just somewhat of a box checking. With the HUD application, they give me 6 exhibits or attachments that they require the county to sign. I think it's mostly just to say that you do have a policy, and you're signing to say, here it is, we do have a policy on this. But it's a requirement, and it's required from each of my 9 counties. And it has been in the past, actually. I'm not sure what we did in the past, but it's always been a requirement for HUD money. And it would be for HUD money if you were using that for housing or infrastructure grants as well. Any HUD money.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Patty?
No, again, my concern is not the policy. I think the policy is well written, and we need to have a policy in place. I just don't see the nexus between HUD, but if it's a requirement, then I'm very comfortable in making a motion, because this is a special meeting, to approve the chair's signature to this policy to submit related to this grant application.
Yes, and that is in the form of an informal resolution. Do I have a second,
second that.
please? Okay. I don't know if this is a public hearing, so I'm just going to cover my butt and open the public hearing and see if anyone has any comments on this. Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and see if there's any further discussion by the board. Okay, all in favor of supporting the resolution, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Anita, and
Okay,
I'm putting your
and best
phone
of luck
number
on
in
your
my phone.
grant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Anita.
you.
Nice to see you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Likewise.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy your day.
Okay, let's see, I think we can move on a couple minute or two early to our next item, which is, I have to adjourn the special meeting. So we are
I'll
no
make a
longer in a
motion to
voting
adjourn.
session. Thank you, Patty. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Greg. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, our voting session is adjourned and we are back into work session where we will discuss the CSA program for our community's older adults. Hi, Sam. We have Sam Lander-Casper, our Deputy Human Services Director.
Hi there, everyone. Sorry I'm not in person. I got a little crud going, so I thought I'd spare you from that. Chad Federwitz, our
Hi, Chad.
Director of the Senior Services, is here as well. And we're here today to talk about the Older Adults CSA program. It's a program that we've been running for the past 7 years using LFPA, that's Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program funds from the USDA. And it's been used to provide free local organic produce to the older adults. And recently, we were informed that that funding has been cut at the federal level. And with a real short turnaround on that, we are finding that the program is currently unfunded. I just wanted to let Chad maybe take a minute to explain kind of the importance of this program and the impact. His department's the one who's been primarily helping with the distribution and coordinating with the local grower. And obviously he has a lot of knowledge about how this impacts our older adult community.
Sure, thanks, Sam. Yeah, so as Sam said, we've done it for the past 7 years. We connect the kind of distribution of the produce with our nutrition program. So kind of having that happen right before a lunch here at the senior center, or wherever our lunch happens to be when we were under construction. And that really has kind of brought more awareness to both the CSA program and to our nutrition program and our department or overall. So generally we have, anywhere from kind of mid 30s to upper 50s or so on a weekly basis of older adults from the community who are regulars of the senior center and who are not as regular of our general services, coming to receive some of that produce. And we do it a little differently. Instead of like, here's your share for a client, we kind of set up a mini farmer's market where we have all the produce laid out with a handful of volunteers who are very dedicated to the CSA program as well. And individuals are able to take the types of produce of which they want. So if you really don't like kale, you don't have to take kale as an example, right? And that has been very successful. It has allowed us to kind of stretch those shares a bit to reach out to more older adults in our community who may need some of that produce. And it's been very successful. We've been pretty fortunate to hear really great feedback about the program and about the farm, Two Roots Farm, which is where we've sourced the CSA shares from. And there's been a few, I think over the years, Sam, some comments like in the newspapers and otherwise about the program from some of the recipients. So we're very thankful for the program. And I know our clients are very anxious to know if it's going to happen this year or not. So it's been a very successful program.
Okay,
Thanks,
questions?
Jen. Yeah, so basically we were here today to explain the program and ask the board to consider looking at how we can potentially keep this program going while we see how these funding sources work themselves out over the next year. You know, we don't know if potentially next year there might be additional grants or different funds that might be able to continue the program, but for right now, we don't really have any funding options. And at this time, we do currently have a surplus in the Healthy Community Fund. And with how big of an impact food insecurity is on our area right now, we wanted to bring this to the BoCC for your input and get your thoughts.
Okay, Patty.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this program with the Sustainable Farmers in our valley. It was two routes also in conjunction with Seed Peace up at Sunfire Ranch. So I fully support for this next year funding it at $50,000 out of the Healthy Community Fund, as long as we research other opportunities for funding in the future, and maybe going back to the federal government and asking them why they cut such an important program.
Thank you, Greg.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the abstract or the background on this, the funding levels have varied between $20,000 and $60,000 annually. 60, I suppose, and 35 to 50 older adults were served, and it was the higher numbers during the COVID response. And what I'm understanding is if we've got 50 adults served and you're asking for 50,000, that's $1,000 per customer per year to operate this service. And I'm wondering, question number one, is there a more economical way to do this? And two, are there any other entities, Lift Up or the Harvest or one of the other groups, could possibly take this on? Because we're being asked for $50,000 that might be better spent by pooling it with organizations that are already doing something very similar to this. And has anyone asked them if they were interested? Thank you.
Yeah, Greg. So the original funding came through from the USDA to purchase local products. So that's kind of the lens we've been looking at this through. We haven't really explored whether it would be more economic to purchase through Lift Up or Food Bank of the Rockies or even directly through retail. I think one of the benefits we saw from this program was that the funding coming in was actually being reinvested right into our community through our local growers. But John, I think, yeah.
So, Gray, I think one of the things that we're looking at too is doing this on a 1 year. We're not getting much lead time on all of these decisions that are coming down from the feds, so that we can have those broader discussions about how do we, where's the funding going? This may be funding that comes back into a program. It may not. It gives us an opportunity to work with partners without having a gap in service. Oftentimes, quickly, precipitously doing these things or making changes or shifting it to another partner leads to changes that you all hear about too. So that part of this is a timing issue, and that's why we're looking at it as one time right now to make up for this gap, and then look for the longer term solution, whatever that might be.
Got it. I understand that the need to not to have to change the system. I'm a little concerned that if for instance, Lift Up has 30 local farms that they do through the Farm to Food Pantry program, so they're already doing this, and so I'm just, it's a little it's discouraging to hear that we have to do something different, and it seems pretty expensive to me, and I certainly support it, and if this is the only way forward, I trust you with that, but I have a lot of questions on just how widely are you looking for alternatives, because once again, it's $1,000 per customer is what I see in this, and maybe we're just going to fill it for a year, or maybe it's gone away forever. So what are we going to do next? And maybe we should try to fix it now. Thanks.
Okay, other questions? Jeffrey?
I guess I'll defend local farm and local foods and give my anti-18-wheeler tirade. It seems to me from an economic standpoint, the price is probably commensurate with what it would cost to be a local CSA member. I do like the fact that we're not forcing kale on people. I think that's critical. I'm more of a kohlrabi guy myself, so I hope someone leaves some. But I like sort of the closed loop system that we're creating, which is local food, local farmer, and providing a CSA for seniors. So if there's a question about the economics of local food, let's have it. But I think it's consistent with what we see if you actually went and got a farm share.
Can I respond? Yeah, I'm not arguing with that. I agree completely. I'm all for local food. I'm for local CSAs. I just think we may have a nonprofit in the valley that's already doing that at a more efficient level with 30 farms. And so if they haven't even been asked, I think that's too bad.
Okay, Patty?
Well, if we do have other local opportunities, we're losing one of those by not having this one. So obviously, there's going to be a gap, because if we were able to use the 2 Roots in this program and have these other ones, they didn't just pop up because 2 Roots is not going to have it. So I think we need to have all of them working together to move it forward. And for Harvest for Hunger, they get products that are kind of on their way out shelf life. This is fresh produce from our local sustainable farmers, most of them which are part of the Pekin County's Open Space and Trails program, and it's a benefit, and a benefit all the way around. So, and again, let's do it for this year, with the caveat we look at other opportunities over the year, which I think Sam is already taking into consideration.
Did you mention Lift Up?
Did I mention Lift Up?
Didn't hear you mention it.
I didn't mention anybody in particular. You mentioned Lift Up, but I'm saying if there's other opportunities that have been out there, Lift Up, Harvest for Hunger, I don't know who other organizations have been offering a program such as this, then we need to see where they were last year, because I think we had all of them operating, if there's any out there. They didn't just pop up yesterday and say, oh, we're going to fill the gap. But I think that's something we need to find out if they can do over this next year. But I think we already have an organization that's set up to provide this service. And it doesn't mean they have to spend the whole $50,000. It says that's what we're gonna give them to cover what they may need, anywhere from 20 to 60. So the number came in, 30 would work, but it'd be safer to go with 50. Doesn't mean they spend it all. And Sam is shaking his head in agreement with that.
I'm supportive of this as a gap for right now, and I would like to understand, Chad, are there additional benefits in the connection between the people using the program and the other offerings at the senior center? It looks, if I read this correctly, the people are picking up their CSAs at the senior center.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Yes, I would say there are both measurable and probably not as tangible benefits. Many individuals are more connected to us as a department and our staff because of the CSA program, and a growing number throughout the years of the CSA program happening have been connected even more, particularly to our nutrition program. And we designed the timing of the weekly distribution to correspond with really close timing to when lunch is served. So individuals who are regulars or brand new people can come get a CSA share or a piece of a part of a share and then stay for lunch if they would like. The first couple of years it was, oh, I've lived here my whole life and I never knew we had a senior center. That's okay, we're here, come on in. Here's some vegetables and here's all the other services that we provide. If you're interested or not interested, type of thing. And so I would say over the years, we've seen more direct participation of our other services because of the CSA program. Okay. It's kind of like, I would say almost like unofficial outreach, because we have it on site with volunteers and the staff, and so closely aligned with timing as far as our lunch program goes.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Sam or Chad? I think I've heard direction from a majority to bring this back as a budget supplemental. Is that what the
Can
step
I
is?
make another comment?
Yes. you may.
My comment would be just, I'm remembering an earlier conversation we had today about how we're worried about filling the gap created when the federal funding dries up or goes away. And if we step in and fund it, then why would the feds ever come back in? That was an argument given to me this morning twice. I see this as the same situation. And I also want to point out, for people who don't know, is that the community and the county and so many entities have put so much money into supporting Lift Up and Harvest for Hunger and perhaps some others that I can't think of that might be providing a service so similar to this. It's possible they could use these funds to serve a lot more people and still satisfy this. And if we haven't looked into that, all I can say is I'm really disappointed, and I don't want to be disappointed in advance. Maybe it's not an option, but I don't get the sense that you guys have really reached out and looked for other solutions. One of the reasons the feds are pulling funding away is because they want us to be funding things locally. That's pretty clear, or not funding them at all. And I don't want it to go away, but I do think we need to respond to that by being, nimble and frugal, quite frankly. So this is my stab at frugality. Thanks.
I might have a different stab at frugality.
You're welcome to share it.
Patty.
Yeah, well, I was the one who did say that earlier today about if we don't show there's a gap, but I'm talking about putting food in people's bellies, and especially seniors who need to have the social interaction, the healthy food, so they're not just eating canned goods with lots of salt and things they don't need in their diet. They're getting fresh produce off a local sustainable farm that they've been utilizing for a couple of years now. But I think the nexus and the connection to the senior center is also key, because part of getting old and eating healthy is also socialization, and they're getting that, and they're getting a lot of other services. So I think that's a great combo. That does not say I don't think we should not spend this next year looking at other opportunities or what we may be able to garner from those that are already existing, like Hunger for Harvest and Harvest for Hunger, Hunger for Harvest, and Lift Up. And remember, we did give Lift Up already $50,000.
Well, and I will, if I can sorry, can I jump
Yeah,
in?
go ahead.
I'll just foreshadow, I was going to bring up during future agenda discussion, there has been a request, which John and I both received from Lift Up, for time in front of this board about, for presentation of discussion of the kind of local food service landscape in the valley. And so we will have that conversation about whether we want to respond to that invitation, what we might want that conversation to look like, and if there's additional players or information. I think it would be good at that time to help craft what would be useful for the board.
Are we going to invite others to attend that same discussion?
I think
if
we
we're
can
going to
talk
do it, we
about
should do
it
it with all the entities that are providing the same kind of services, not just with Lift Up. I understand.
Sure.
I know Lift Up was not happy with the results of the RFP, and I totally understand that. But if we want to look at the whole picture, we need to have all the partners at the table at the same time to have the discussion, which I think might be a good idea at some point.
Well, I know I'm feeling like I don't have a clear idea of the landscape of providers and their various lanes that they swim in or cross over or not. So I do think there would be merit in a broader conversation about it. I don't personally need to wait to have that conversation before directing support for this program to, so the farmers can rely on that income and all that for this growing season. I think I do have a question, however. Are we being asked to provide direction about whether the fund should come back to us from the general fund or the Healthy Community Fund at this time?
Yeah, so we do have room within the Healthy Community Fund for this, and I think that would be an appropriate one time. I don't think ongoing, and Greg, that's to your point, so that, future solutions are really seeing where this lands with federal funding has time to get sorted out without an interruption and a service like this. To do it out of Healthy Community Fund, I don't know, Sam, I know we sometimes have some additional or contingency appropriations. I can't recall if that's the case in the Healthy Community Fund right now, but I believe these funds were already appropriated to be spent in the 2025 budget. They were tied to a USDA grant, and so we have an appropriation. And so we have the ability with the board's direction to make the expenditure out of the Human Services Fund. I believe it's in the Human Services, or is it in Senior Services? Do you know that, gentlemen?
It would have been, I think it was actually under the economic assistance budget because that's how the funds initially came through. So that would have been just in human services.
So this is a long way of thinking out loud. So
it may or may not have to come
apologize.
back to us. You'll let
But
us
what
know.
what we could do is if you want that to come out of the Healthy Community Fund, we just need to unappropriate it from economic assistance, reappropriate it. Otherwise, we'll be eating into fund balance because what this is an unrealized revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there direction for John on it coming back from the Healthy Community Fund?
If it needs to, it's fine, but I think the money should come out of the Healthy Community Fund reserve that they have.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I see Jeffrey nodding. Okay. I think we have direction. We'll leave it to you guys to figure out the additional mechanics and whether or not they need to come before us again. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Chad, sorry, before you go, I ran into Mary Barber. I thought I'd take a moment to announce her retirement. I think we have some celebrations happening in the next couple weeks. Do you want to give us those details?
Sure. Yes, Mary Barber is retiring at the end of this month. Well, in less than 2 weeks. We have this Friday is Mary's county kind of wide retirement party at the Red Mountain Grill at 3 o'clock. And then next week, next Friday is Mary's last day. So here at the senior center with already an overpacked house for lunch will be kind of her last day and last hurrah party in the office.
Well,
So
thank
really,
you.
very thankful for Mary and want to send her off on a high note.
All right, I'm going to try and come by to one of those.
And they're
Thank
back in the
you.
building, right?
And the
Yes,
senior
back in the
center
building.
is open again.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, moving on to welcome our next team here. We are going to have an update on the Pickens County Regional Emergency Communication Center project being constructed at the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Station number 42 in El Jebel, correct? All right.
Correct.
I'll turn it over to Ann Driggers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ann Driggers. I'm the Chief Financial Administrative Officer and working closely with Brett and GR on this project. So we're just here to give you an update on construction and also the intergovernmental agreement that we're working on with the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority. So I'm going to pass it over to Brett, whose project this really is, to give you a little bit of an overview and background of how we got here.
All right. Hi, Brett.
Sure. Hi. Brett Loeb, 911 director for the county, but we dispatch for all the public safety agencies and in the county as well as in Eagle County and in Marble in the Gunnison County portion. So we're kind of all over the place. As a dispatch center, we've kind of gone through a couple of iterations, and we've never really had a permanent home. We had an opportunity, the last 8 years we've been working with, as partners with Aspen Fire Protection, and taken over the second floor of their Station 62, which is North 40. That lease is up about this time next year. So we have been, the last couple of years, kind of searching for an alternative if we couldn't work out an extension on that lease. Last year, about this time, Roaring Fork Fire came to us with a proposal, and it's progressed from there in that we will be building a new facility, purpose-built for dispatch, on the second floor of their kind of new addition to their Station 42, down right by the elk farm there as you go up to Missouri Heights. And that construction started. Just overall, it's kind of moved pretty quickly. We have a target date of mid next year. So we're fully into it. And you can see all the cost allocations. We've got money in this year as well as the remainder next year. And then eventually, I think Ann will talk about this a little bit, all the agencies that we support are going to be the ones that end up funding the project. There's some fancy financials that Ann's got all figured out before then, or Connie's got all figured out. But in the end, the agencies that we support and use our services are the ones that will be paying for our building. And just lastly, you know, we've had a lot of success in recent years, and that's all been because we've been able to retain our dispatchers. For a long time, turnover is extremely high all across the country in dispatch for a number of reasons, but we've been able to kind of ease the flow and have really found that having a full staff makes everything easier and more successful, and we can provide the best service to the citizens and the agencies that we serve. And having our sense of place, our place that, you know, we don't have to share with another agency or, you know, have other people come through. Not we won't mind that, but yeah, just to have that kind of pride in place, I think is going to go a long way to keeping that low turnover going and keeping us successful. Not to mention the location being Mid-Valley, that really helps out. We almost 85% of our staff lives past Elgibel. So this is going to help with commute times, which again reduces their stress and makes it a more desirable place to work, and hopefully they stay longer. So thank you all for supporting this.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm distressed that you're going to be leaving Pickens County. I'm distressed at the fire department. What use do they have for that huge fire station that they built there? But this says this will serve the county's needs for the next 30 years. Not long enough. 30 years is going to be here tomorrow. We've put substantial amounts of money, I don't know how long ago it was, with new tower and communications facilities at the North 40. So is any of that can we move that? Can we reuse it? Is it all at end of life? So I'm thinking of the dollars. It's going to be much more than $5 million. We know that.
We think most of that equipment, some of it will stay. North 40 has become what they call a meet-me hub for a lot of the infrastructure in the Upper Valley. So all of that will stay. The equipment that we need on premise at Station 42 now is limited to a couple servers, a couple of radio things, and then small routers and things like that. So it's not going to be a huge cost. And additionally, with some of our new technology, a lot of our infrastructure is going to be moving to the cloud, so there won't be any hosted on-premise things that we'll have to move. We're trying to time the addition of our new CAD system and probably a phone system to the move, so we don't have to put it at North 40 and then move it down, or wait till we move into the new building. And it looks like that's going to line up. I don't think there's going to be a lot of additional costs on the infrastructure side. There will be some for sure, but nothing too major.
So you think it's gonna be $5 million?
I don't want to go on the record.
It's gonna be much more than $5 million. I'm just looking at, so 30 years is not that long. We're gonna be buying the land, because there's compensation for land. We're gonna condominiumize, so we're gonna have an ownership there. So I'm hoping that we have a plan for longevity. 30 years is not longevity in my mind in the world today, but maybe it's less than 30 years in the world today. But, and it sounds like we're already moving forward, so it doesn't look like the board really can say, no, we want you to stay at North 40 negotiate. So I think it sounds to me like we just need to get it done. The only problem I have had in dealing with dispatch has been great. They're awesome. I take them cookies and it makes them nervous when I knock on their door. But the fact is familiarity with the Upper Valley is important when you're dispatching somebody. And we've had a lot of confusion, especially when we had to switch. We had some downed equipment, and it was coming out of Eagle, and they had no clue what I was talking about. I had to give them directions to direct somebody to get to the emergency, which is not very, it takes up time, and time is of the essence when you have a 911 call. So I'm just hoping that people still, even though I understand the commute, and we hear it all the time, but it's really nice when we provide Pickens County services within Pickens County, and people are familiar with what they're really dealing with. So as long as we can ensure that new people coming on board will still know where Mill and Main is, would be important. And I mean, that's really true. But I think it's something we have to move forward on, because we can't do without you guys. And we appreciate you guys.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's absolutely a concern, and a lot of counties, not as much in Colorado, but across the country, are going to a real regionalized approach, and they see those challenges and pitfalls of people aren't familiar with where they are dispatching to, which it can be done with technology. There's all kinds of maps and pictures and videos and things to make yourself familiar, but it's not the same as being here.
It's a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
To save a life.
And that's what, obviously, even if we're 20 miles down the road, we're going to make sure everybody's familiar with what's up here, and then, tying it back into the longevity, that's where you really get in trouble, is when you're turning over people so often and you're bringing them in, from out of the area. They've got to learn it, and then you got to teach them all over again a year later. If we continue on this pace, I think it's beneficial that the people that know it are here, they know it, and they're going to stay. So hopefully we won't run into that problem.
We can take them on field trips.
Absolutely.
Hey, Greg?
Yeah, I was going to say, back in the day, I don't remember this, but people in Aspen used to brag that they didn't know the names of the streets.
You turned left at Mr. Beck's, you turned right at
Tom's
Mr.
Market,
Smith's.
right, yeah. So it's funny
did.
now, and your dispatchers certainly do, and they probably know it a lot better than I do. I just wanted to ask you, what are the reduced commute times for the staff, and how attractive is that?
It's very attractive. We have the majority of our staff, we have about 18 total in our dispatch center. 2 of them live in Fruita, but the next closest or furthest, I guess, would be Newcastle. We have 1 in Newcastle. The majority live in Glenwood, and then we have some in APSHA housing up here. So it'll be, depending on the day, going from the City Market stoplight to North 40, that can be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour and a half. And that's both directions. So I think it will really, really help reduce it. One thing that you mentioned, that we had our manager last year lived in Battlement Mesa and commuted every day, and he was in a very horrific car crash on his way to work. So you start looking at, the safety of the dispatchers, and as much as we can reduce their time on the road, the more safety we can provide for them. So,
great, thanks for that.
I'm curious.
I have a question for you for APSHA. If they're living in Apsha housing, but they're gonna be working in Eagle County, is there an issue? We need to clarify that.
they're
Even though
county
they're
staff.
working for Picken County, they're
county
not
staff.
working in Picken County.
The way I understand it, as long as you're providing 75% of the services you're providing are to Picken County residents, then you qualify.
I just wanna make sure we're clean on that.
Yeah, and that's our understanding, how they've dealt with like the rafted drivers
I know
and that
there's
sort of
some
thing, so.
issues around that.
There are
maybe.
some issues. But like if there's a construction firm located in Glenwood, if that person's working more than 75% of the time in Picken
Yeah.
County, they can qualify, even though the firm is located in Glenwood. That's sort of how that.
So they'd have to be answering 75% of their calls in Picken County.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a good question, 'cause it begs, I have a couple questions.
Yeah,
One of
maybe.
them was if this dispatch is becoming more regional in nature, what are the boundaries of what the calls are that we're responding to?
So it basically runs from Marble to the south, or top of the pass, out to what's the pass over the divide? Rudai.
Oh, Hagerman?
Hagerman Pass, down to Cottonwood, and then, of course, Independence. And then everything back that way into past the Bells. And
So we're Garfield, Denison, Picken, and Eagle.
correct.
Include Glenwood Springs and Carbondale?
No. So the city of Carbondale, so we dispatch for Carbondale Fire. But it starts kind of like by the fish hatchery there, where the Picken County line is. Any calls south on 133 in that area are all Carbondale Fire, which are dispatched by us most of the time. Sometimes the calls come from Rifle out of Garfield County. The way it's all determined is very not exact. It based on the towers that it hits when you call 911, unless you're on a landline, which that's down to about 10% of our calls now. It then triangulates your area, and we have PSAP boundaries, public safety answering point boundaries, set up that it automatically routes either, to us, to Eagle, to Garfield, based on whatever's programmed into the system. If they're on that borderline, like at Blue Lake, we get a lot of calls from Blue Lake, even though they're Rifles Dispatch Center. And we just handle that between our comm centers, but again, it takes time when you do that. The funding model, not to get too deep into this stuff, but the funding model is basically based on those PSAP lines. There's the surcharge that's determined by county. And if you're within the PSAP boundaries, not necessarily the county lines, that's where your surcharge goes, which makes a big difference because we're one of the highest in the state. But the constant battle when we're talking about funding is the people that use our services, people that live outside of Picken County, commute up, tourists, visitors, they don't pay anything. So the residents are funding the service for those that use it most. But that's a whole other discussion.
Oh, this is very helpful. Another question I had was, what happens to the ownership of the Meet Me Center? What does that structure look like that's staying at the North 40?
That would
Probably
be a
for
Kruger
Ann.
question.
Yeah, it's more of the telecommunications infrastructure, so I think we have a lease already with them, so it would shrink, obviously, the size of the lease to a closet.
And we retain that lease for the Meet Me Center
For that.
at the North 40. And then does our telecommunications staff manages that?
Right, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So that's why some of those towers would still remain there.
Yes.
Questions? You had
Sure.
questions? Yep.
So we're at $5 million, 2025 money, $1,100 a square foot. Are we still at $1,100 a square foot vertical? And does the vertical include tenant finish, all your telecom equipment, anything else?
The land, we have to buy the land.
Yeah, so this is the sketch of the IGA. Could we go into some other bullet points that we haven't discussed?
Sure. As far as the IGA, I'll let Ann handle that. I was just prepared to basically give the parameters of where the project's at, who the project team is, and that. So with that, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the Construction and Asset Director for Pitkin County. So if you're familiar with the existing buildings at the station now, it's just under 15,000 square feet, and they'll be adding a total of another 10,000, of which just under the 5,000 will be for the county's dispatch center. You can go to that next slide. The design team right now has about 100% set of drawings for exterior. We're about 90% of the interior. That will be the design of that interior needs to be finished up as far as how the office spaces and those sorts of things will fit together. There's plenty of space there. The things that have all been determined, though, I mean, the last meeting that we had is down to the degree of the sweep on the conduit to make sure that all of that is those details are right. We have our team at the county includes dispatch, telecom, assets. We have an owner's rep in Wember who's been really helpful of wrangling all of us when we need to get all of these details determined. The construction has begun. They have their slabs poured, insulation is in, backfill up against that, foundation is in, and vertical should be starting, at some point this spring, early summer. So we're well underway with that. To the point where also I know that the contractor was very wary of cost escalation, so they've already done all of their ordering of like aluminum. We're already going through shop drawings for steel, so all of those things that may be a bit more volatile right now in the current economic situation that we have. So all of those things have been ordered, all the fenestrations, all of that type of stuff. So
cool.
Go
One follow-up question. So BCP and DR, so if this, business continuity planning and disaster recovery, if this building is inaccessible because 85% of the staff is down valley, where do you set up next?
So that's kind of phase 2 of our plan. Right now we have set up what we call a satellite center at Southside in another county-owned building. If it was isolated to that, we would still have that access to that. Otherwise, we're working with Garfield County, and they've got a backup center also in Battlement Mesa that we've started to look at technology and make sure everything lines up, so we could send dispatchers there. One of the other ideas is to develop the satellite center idea a little bit more after we get the planet for them to revolve around, and still maintain. We do have space in Mountain Rescue up Valley that we could dispatch from today, and then also perhaps even a satellite down the road in the future in the Glenwood area, which the benefit of that really, when you talk about resiliency, is now you're on the I-70 infrastructure loop. And anything that happens in 82, we would still be survivable outside of that. So, but that's in the future plans.
Thank you.
That should be in the near future plan, because you never know when a disaster is going to happen.
Well, just again, even the last couple of days where you if the wind's picked up, the world changes quickly.
Kelly, can I just? And Brian, when we had I'm looking at Brian Pettit, we had the fire at Brian's neighborhood that closed that whole section of the valley down from all directions. So when you brought that up, that's the first thing I thought of, and that needs to be something we are thinking about now, because with our wildfire season being year-round now, we need to have those contingency plans set.
The other
to
thing,
go.
kind of vice versa, we're putting in bunk rooms in this new dispatch center. So if people get stuck at the center, they'll have a place to recover
Fire
and
burn.
stay.
I think that'd be a hostile work environment, but. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
sorry, just to follow up. So is there a date certain for standing up of a disaster recovery plan, or is it drafted? I didn't get a sense that you could stand up in Battlement Mesa tomorrow if 82 was closed.
No, so today, all of our backups would have to be within the valley. We have as far north, I guess, as Southside, and then here we have MRA and North 40. When we add this in, we would have MRA and Southside, and then the plan for Glenwood. What we've done in the past, as Patty mentioned, is we have a very good partnership with Vail, and we can move all our phone traffic over to them. We can send people over there if they can get there, and that right now is our disaster. Full on, everything's going bad. We can rely on Vail to cover all of our stuff.
We've actually used Vail.
Yes.
More than once.
Yep, they've been great partners.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, it sounds like you guys have this pretty well figured out. And I'm pretty comfortable with that. And I think the centrally located area, as our community has spread to the mid and lower valleys, I think this makes total sense, and I'm glad to see it moving forward.
Thanks.
Is there more you would like to present?
So if there's no more questions on the construction and the why, I can move into just giving an outline of the intergovernmental agreement that we're currently working on between Pitkin County and the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Association. So John, myself, Scott Thompson, and then the two attorneys, Rye and Bob Cole, representing RFFR, have met a couple of times to kind of discuss concepts of the IGA. And Rye's recommendation was to use a format similar to what we had for this building, with Aspen, related to the connection with the the police department next door. And so we're using that as a basis, but essentially the outline of the IGA is kind of designed to ensure that we reimburse Roaring Fork Fire for all of the costs that they've incurred on our behalf, and basically pay our the appropriate share, and then also in the future outline the our agreements regarding maintenance and shared property. So that's an overview. So as the construction process and cost sharing goes, GR and Wember have worked on what portion of the mechanical and the electrical is ours, how many parking lots are ours, and all of that stuff. So that's kind of all delineated in there. The actual second floor to dispatch will have a separate entrance, separate utilities, separate everything. So it'll be our own kind of almost standalone unit, and we will be condominiumizing it, meaning that we'll actually own that property. We can't do that until it's built out, so that process yet has to happen. And then there's another piece of the kind of compensation for the land, so the actual use of the land that we're sitting on, which we're currently working through, doing some different calculations. And then I think ultimately how we will be moving forward in the future, outlining in this IGA what future additions to the next IGA will be regarding like if they're restriping the parking lot, what portion of it are we paying versus what they're paying? So the RAI and their attorney are in the process of doing that. Our purpose here is just to give you an overview of what it's generally going to look like, and then when it's kind of finalized, we'll be bringing it forward to you in for a 2-read resolution.
How do the costs of this look like they're going to compare to the North 40?
Well, so we're renting North 40.
About 100,000 a year.
For the new, or
No, that's what we're paying now.
and the housing.
And then another 40,000 in housing.
So we're paying 140,000 a year in rent. So the costs of this will come out of the surcharges, E911, and any of that can't be covered. We would issue certificates of participation, and that would be charged back to all of the entities.
We can't be evicted.
And we can't be evicted, right?
Patty?
Yeah, you said 100,000 and 40,000 for housing? What does that mean?
Yes, agencies, we have a 3-bedroom condo that we use right now for some of our people that come from Up Valley.
At the
and
North
so
40 housing? What?
It's actually with the Fire Protection District in their the fireplace.
Yeah.
Ones out there, yeah.
Well, so we won't have housing now for anybody at the new one in Elgibel?
have a bunk room.
We have
We have a
the
bunk
3
room,
bunk
okay.
rooms, right?
I know there's sometimes they overlap or something comes, yeah, I understand.
I just want to follow up before I go to you. What does that COP process look like for coming back before us or for further discussion?
So it would happen in 1 or 2 years. The project needs to be finished. We need to condominiumize it and actually own it before we could actually issue any debt. We also need to finish the CAD project to determine how much of the surcharges are going to be used for that, to determine if we do actually even need to issue COPs in order to pay for any of this. We might be able to cover it out of all the capital funds.
Yeah, so
that
how
come
is it
from
being
the
paid for up front since we're under construction?
We are, yeah. Or
So the
actually, Roaring
COPs
Fork
are
Fire is
repair,
now.
the COPs will pay us back and Roaring
Yes.
Fork Fire back.
Yeah.
It's not for upfront monies.
Correct.
Okay. Is there interest on those repayments? Is that part of what will be spelled out? Some of this?
Were the details with Roaring Fork Fire?
Typically, what we look at doing in those arrangements, and those are details that'll get worked out, is whatever the amount is that they would get from their investment returns, because of course we operate, it's not a lending situation. We're not allowed to lend to each other, but we also don't have to subsidize, and so we tend to look at if their investment returns on bonds were 2% that year, then we tie it to that, but we know it's going to be generally less than other financing mechanisms.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, that's down the road a couple of years, perhaps, is what I'm hearing. Right, yeah, okay. I was just wanted to make a comment about I'm concerned about the size of the living quarters. When you talk about condo minimization, made me wonder, like, are these tiny apartments you're contemplating?
No,
So
they're not.
condominiumization is just the word
That's a new
for
word.
separating out
The whole
and
building
creating-
from their other building.
Yeah, it's a
They're
planning
not creating condos.
term.
Condo minimization, is that a word? It really is, wow.
It's a
okay.
process you go through.
I
to-
wish there was a better
Now,
word,
there's
'cause I could never say it.
condominiumization.
Can't spell it.
Okay,
Maybe,
it's not,
yeah.
my
I could
point
just
was,
change it to
that's a typo.
Okay. But you get what they're trying to do here, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just love the typo. It's a new word and I love it.
Yeah.
These are like tiny house condominiums.
Yeah.
I feel like I heard another word along those lines recently.
Today,
that
we
was-
heard one I'd never heard
I
before.
kinda-
User factuation.
It sounded like a swear word in water language.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, yes, Jeffrey.
Want to leave on a positive note, which is, look, the voters in Pitkin, as part of the district, approved Station 42 in 2023.
Yes, that sounds right.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly approved it. So it's nice to actually see Pitkin as part of this district plan, given Pitkin voters approved it. So I think when we start to think more regionally, and the fact that we were, again, a party to the ballot initiative in 23, this is a pretty special moment. So thank you.
2023 for the North 40 Fire Station?
For Station 42, which was Roaring Fork Rural
Oh.
purchase of the Elk.
We didn't, those other Pitkin County.
So those of us
Fire
that live in
District.
rural Pitkin County, we actually approved this. So thank you to Scott and Roaring Fork Rural for bringing this forward.
So we get it for free.
There's other districts besides Aspen.
I know, I'm like, I thought he was talking about North 40 and 23, and I'm like, it was built way before that.
For those of us that vote on the other side of the roundabout.
North 40 is
What
on the other
else?
side of the roundabout.
Anything else for
that's it
us
for
to
now.
be? And I'm sorry, I think this IGA comes next week, or will
No,
it be ready?
we moved it.
Okay.
But we'll be
So,
ready.
We're waiting for Ryan and Bob to kind of get together, which they're supposed to be doing, I think, in short order. And then I have first read slated for May 14th. And hopefully we'll have something for you by then.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
It's
Great,
exciting.
thank
Glad
you.
to see it happening.
All right, moving on. We are running ahead, if that's okay with Brian Pettit and Matt. Yeah, come on up.
Great. Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director, and I'm here with
Matt Bergstresser, the Fleet Manager.
Great. Before we start, I just want to thank Matt. You know, under the board's direction, he has totally revamped the county's ability to charge its EV fleet and really has changed the constituency of our fleet as well. So thanks, Matt. He's gotten a lot of grants. It's not been just under the county's dime. It's been through state and federal grants as well. And we're really upgraded and in a whole new place today. And that's why we're here.
Great.
So just a little history. When we first installed level 2 chargers at Public Works, the Board of County Commissioners said, make them free for the public. And we didn't have a lot of ability to manage those chargers like we do now through our ChargePoint partnership. So the chargers were kind of catch as catch can. At that time, we had 3 Nissan Leaf electric vehicles that were charging, and the public were coming and going as they could. And it became a little bit of an operational nightmare as people wanted to charge for free. And we couldn't get in to charge our county vehicles as well. And anytime something went wrong or someone had to wait, they were complaining to Public Works staff. And so we ended that about 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say. So since then, Matt's really upgraded our EV charging systems and wanted to bring that idea back to the board to see if we want to open up at least one of our fast chargers, our DC fast chargers, for public use. And so the question to the board today is, do you want to do that? And if you do, then what do we want to charge for the use of that DC fast charger? So with that, Matt's going to go through some of the nuts and bolts and how this would work with ChargePoint, so the board fully understands the proposal today. And before we take it any further, we just want to make sure we're on the same page with the board.
Thank you, Brian. Again, Matt Bergstresser, the Fleet Manager. So as you guys know, over the past 3 years, we've started pushing really heavy into the EV world, added a lot of DC fast chargers, some level 2 chargers across the county. Right now, our Public Works and our airport are our big projects that we're working through. So we have about 16 plugs right now that we're able to charge from. Another 2 that probably got dropped today, a couple last week, so at Public Works. So we're about 20 as of now.
Public Works? All
20 total,
Wow.
so with us and the airport. airport obviously inside the fence. So none of those are public facing at the moment. We feel like we've built that up pretty well to sustain our fleet. We have about 18 vehicles right now, probably another 7 or 8 coming for next year, so mid-20s. The charging is, fast for what the Valley offers. We're at about 160 kilowatts, which is pretty quick in the general scheme of EV charging. The latest charger that we put in at Public Works will be capable of about 400 kilowatts. So that's a premium product that can charge a vehicle about 100 miles in 10 minutes, depending on state of charge, battery condition, some other variables. So a premium product again. What we'd like to do is, open that up to the public. If you guys are interested in that, there's some things to work through. Obviously, some of the charging fees, what we'd want to set if we want to be compared to Aspen or other local jurisdictions. One thing to kind of consider is the charge numbers themselves. We're about $230,000 into this one existing charger that we have right now. So what kind of financial money we want to recuperate, if we want to be able to pay for additional support, 5-year cloud programs. There's also a 10% fee for the host. So whatever happens that we decide to do, they'll be taking some of that right off the top to handle all the credit card processing, all the IT, the support. If someone gets stuck on a charger, it doesn't activate, they call them, they deal with that whole situation. So,
And that's ChargePoint.
correct, yep. ChargePoint would be our partner on that one. That's all of our chargers are ChargePoint at the moment. So some things to think through. Some questions got asked of, minimum rates. What could we do to recover just the minimum? It's hard to say, based on our usage of about 2,500 to 4,000 kilowatts, which is pretty low, I think, for what we're doing now. As soon as we start ramping up, that'll increase it. At that rate, it'd probably take about 15 years to pay that back if we were to charge ourselves that 60 cents. So that's kind of where we started the baseline of, do we want these to be on a 5-year replacement plan, a 10-year plan? The average of these are anywhere from 10 to 20 years. We're working with some newer technology, liquid cooled, AC, DC rectifiers, or we're working with liquid cooled cords. So there's a little bit of unknown on like how long this technology is going to last. So what we're trying to do is just future proof it. So in 10 years from now, we have the funds to be able to replace it or upgrade it to whatever is available.
Copy that. Thank you.
Questions,
Yeah,
Patty?
sure. Well,
No.
Stretch first, everybody.
No.
Sorry,
I
I
just
know
think
I'm a
that we
little
need to have
low
full
energy.
disclosure by, 3 members of our board own EV vehicles and have been wondering why they can't charge them at Public Works. So I think that needs to be disclosed, whether there's a financial gain for them, but definitely convenience for them, because I know that they would love to be charging there. I'm concerned about the general public turning in and out of that intersection. It's very sketchy, mornings and evenings, trying to turn left out, left in, or even right in, right out. Gets very congested and very fast-moving traffic. I don't want to put the public in jeopardy when they may get there and not have it. Oh, you can usually check to see if a charger is available through ChargePoint?
Correct.
I was wondering, I was waiting
Yep.
for you to show up on the map. You're still not there yet.
Not yet. We're not public yet.
So
there's
they
things we
before
can
they
do.
turned in, they would know if there's availability. I think if we do open it to the public, we do need to set up a charging schedule. A fee schedule for them to use it. I don't want it to be that we don't have availability to charge county vehicles, which we may need at any time for any reason, especially since we can't get in to the airport ones unless we're on the airport. Yeah, 230,000 for one charger?
One charger and a little bit of the infrastructure. That doesn't include like some of the conduit in the ground.
That's probably
the
a
pavement.
lot
So
of the cost.
no, most of it is the charger itself.
Really?
Yeah, the charger itself is about 185,000.
Where do they come from?
Where are they made? Don't quote me on that one. So actually, I'm not even gonna answer that one. I'm not 100%, but I
Because
believe
we
all that
don't
stuff's
even know
made in
what the
China.
availability of some of our electronic kind of infrastructure pieces and parts is going to be coming from, and whether it's going to be available and whether it's going to be affordable. But yeah, so that's kind of my, but yeah, I don't own an an EV. I will not own an EV because I'm not stopping at Target to drink coffee and charge my vehicle.
Yeah. And to answer some of your questions, so we do have some redundancy there. We have 2 DC fast chargers, and that's kind of the reason we thought maybe we could open it to the public. So we're never going to pigeonhole ourselves to not having something to charge our assets. You know, they can be locked out, you know, per station, per cord. So it always is for the county, you know, and we have a priority there.
So there'd be kind of one technically available.
Yeah, actually.
Out of the 3.
And it could be for 30 minutes if they're going to fully charge, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Greg, and then Jeffrey.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's, boy, payback on a liquid-cooled charging cable, boy, you know, I mean, the lifespan is, I'd be surprised if it goes 5 years, but, you know, it makes you wonder, how long does this stuff last? And I think the charging equipment has gotten better in the last few years, dramatically better, and I like ChargePoint a lot. And I want to point out that some members of our board drive gasoline-powered cars, and so they may have a bias about these things, but I'm willing to overlook it.
I can go to Denver and back on 1 tank of gas.
I think I think that, of course, as I said, I sent a letter, and Brian, I'm sorry I didn't copy you. I should have. I'm sure you got it. But yeah, and it was just that, you know, I think we've been trying to incentivize the transition to electric, and I don't want to make this the most expensive charger in the state, and it sounds like we're getting close to that, and so I'd like to see what we can do to incentivize, keep it as an incentive and make it available, but I also realize there may be possibilities for it to help pay for itself with rental fleet out of the airport. If people are renting from the airport, I'd sure fine if they're paying the premium, they're used to that. But if it's locals who are using it often, maybe there's a way that they can have maybe there's a tiered pricing system, I don't know. But anyway, those are the questions I had. But
We can't tier it for individual users. We can have a tiered system for like rates of during the day.
Right, so there's time of day, yeah, off-peak charging. I think my off-peak charging for my house at level 2 charger is like 6 cents a kilowatt hour if I do it, time it for the middle of the night. So something 11 times that sounds pretty pricey. But I'm glad you're looking at all this, and I support it however you end up with it. But I'd love it if we didn't have the highest priced EV charging in the country.
Okay. And I think there's some things to factor in there. Like, we're also going to have the most premium product in the country, probably. Like, no one's in this valley is charging at the rates we are.
Jeffrey will be there.
Yeah. So that's something to be said. So if you look at this picture here, this is the one that just got dropped last week. So we have 2 stalls right there that would be dedicated for potentially public charging. And if you look adjacent to that on your right-hand side where that truck is parked, those are 2 more stalls that are for the county only. So we have some good redundancy and capacity there.
Hold on, Jeffrey's been waiting patiently to ask
I'll wait.
questions. Go ahead.
So backing up, the strategic unmet need in the valley is there is no fast charging, I think, other than Highland, and then the next closest at 350 kW is Glenwood Springs. So you guys would take the lead in terms of 400 kW, thank you. In terms of pricing, we can go across the street to Buttermilk at 10 cents a kilowatt hour. It's cool. You park, you hang out in Aspen for 8 hours, you come back, you have a charged car. So I do believe this is at a premium. Again, you could drive to Glenwood and charge at 40 cents a kilowatt, or you know, I'm comfortable with your 60 cents a kilowatt to save me 30 minutes to drive to Glenwood.
66 cents a kilowatt, right?
60.
Plus
60 cents.
10%.
No, that would be the recommended adjustment we'd have year after year to keep up with.
Oh, you'd raise it by 10%.
Correct.
Oh, you don't add 10%
we
for
wouldn't,
them right off the bat.
Correct.
Okay.
We wouldn't always do that, but if, you know, electricity goes up, we would want to be able to keep up with that, or, you know, our cloud programs go up, so ChargePoint charges more. We just want a little bit of latitude to be able to shift that pricing.
And if I can continue, or conversely, if we're not getting any use and we'd like to see some use, we could lower it then. So it gives staff some flexibility in assigning the fees.
And again, Rio Grande, City of Aspen, Buttermilk, they're all, I mean, the max kilowatt, I think they're all at 62.5.
62.5, yep.
Yeah, so I would easily go to Public Works to charge at 400. Again, it saves me from either going to Highlands, which I'm not a Tesla driver, or to Glenwood. So to me, strategic unmet need is Buttermilk's just
Level
you know,
2.
it's 10 cents a kilowatt hour.
Right. Okay.
Again, it's great if you're going to go into town for 8 hours. it's awesome. It's parking a car, but this to me is charging a vehicle. And so I pay a premium for the speed.
Yeah, we're trying to be the interim
There's nothing
too.
else really. There's not like a coffee you can go to.
Yeah.
Near Public Works, so you want to get
And
out
you
of
can't
there.
use their restrooms either.
And we're expecting people, like, they'd come in, they'd charge for 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then they'd get enough to go to their homes and charge. Like, we're not trying to make this a regular gas station where they're spending, $80 to $100 every single day. It's get that quick charge, go home, you pay the cheaper rate. It's just a convenience factor.
So I drive a gas guzzling car that I purchased from Lake County Fleet. If Picken County had one, I would have bought it from Picken County. But, and I will buy an electric vehicle if I ever one day buy a brand new car, but I'm not there yet. So I don't fully understand the landscape of electric vehicle charging availability. I guess I'll focus on the mid to upper valley. Jeffrey has just explained quite a bit of that. But it would help me to get just a little bit of a clearer picture of some of the jargon that Jeffrey just threw out, as well as I think we've had a long-standing interest in developing out the EV charging at the Intercept lot. And so I'd love to sort of understand how you guys are thinking about that in this bigger landscape, because it does seem like a more ideal place for the public to be turning in and out of than Public Works. So maybe I'll just ask, so I hear 400 kilowatts per hour at 60 cents per kilowatt at our lot, and then I hear 10 cents per kilowatt. I don't know how many kilowatts you get at Buttermilk. What does that look like?
It's kilowatt hours, right? So it's a time.
Well,
It's 1/8
at
it's
Buttermilk,
1/8
it's
the
a level
speed.
2.
1/8 the speed.
Yeah, so Buttermilk charges, probably 8 to 10 kilowatts on a level 2 charger.
6.6. 6.6. Sorry, it's really old.
Yeah.
The cost is a fraction of what it would be, yeah.
But that's also a $6,000 charger
Yeah.
versus, we're not even fully built, so we're $185,000 due to now.
Because it's faster.
Yes, and then our
many
next
electric
phase of that,
vehicles could
we're
you buy
going to
for
have
that?
a $250,000 charger sitting there really fast that's going to put out this kind of power.
I would also say it's a different use case, right? I was being serious. Like, if you park at Buttermilk and go into town and come home after 6 hours, it's a nice charge. It's a couple bucks. The different use case is, driving in after work, or you're coming from Up Valley going down. There's no quick charge. There's nothing at Willits, any of the Skico buildings that you would think of with chargers. There's an unmet need between Highlands and Glenwood. So this would fit a really nice niche at a premium price, and I think that's fine. Does that help?
Yes, it does help. I have a little, I support it, but I have a little bit of concern about what demand might get generated because of it, and impacts, and how we manage those impacts.
At that price, I don't think there'll be a high demand.
No.
I don't, but
In
I'm
this
not a
town,
commuter.
high prices.
Might not matter to people too.
Anyway, so that's just I don't know if you want to respond more to what I've said, and then I'll turn to Patty.
Well, in regard to Brush Creek Park and Ride, the idea was to put level 2 chargers in there so that they could do exactly what Jeffrey said. Park, ride the bus in town, do their thing, come and find a fully charged vehicle. The intention there was not to put a fast charger in there, which is basically to operate like a filling station for a park and ride. I think we'd need to work with the state pretty closely if we were to do that, and they may question that use of that land. So I think it's, the initial intent was level 2 charging. I think we can talk about fast charger there, but that was not.
Are we seeing any more? I feel like I see this in the Front Range, but maybe not up here as much as the co-location of charging, fast charging and filling
cafes.
stations.
Like adjacent to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're starting to see it. Like Rifle Halls offers that at their Maverick. So like they're starting to do that. It's just a lot of these places. If you have to run power or drop transformers, it's not an easy project to manage. So we dropped a transformer. That's not factored into some of this pricing because it's kind of built into what Public Works is doing. But there's a lot going on to get a fast charger up and running, especially to this this premium product, this type of power. So
Okay. Well, I would like to request that we sort of track what that looks like, the just the use and report out on
Yeah, that's something
the
Charge Point can
impacts
do.
for coming in and out of that space. Patty?
Well, you know, the city had an issue with people parking, leaving their car there all day. Is there gonna be, if you park over 30 minutes or over, you get charged
Yeah.
like 20 times the rate or a parking fee?
Yeah.
Because sometimes people, especially if they have somebody, they could walk over, go to school at CMC all day and leave their car there. Or they could go to work at the ski company or Roxy's and leave their car there all day.
And
Yeah,
Matt,
well,
maybe for people that don't have EV, explain how that system works and then what that penalty
No,
would be.
the cities is after you're full and you haven't picked your car up in a certain period of time.
Yeah.
The meter runs at a higher rate.
Correct, yeah, it charges like an idle fee essentially. So City Aspen, you come in, you pay for your parking spot at $8 per hour, and then you also pay for the charging, so that, that's 62.5 kilowatts. Once your vehicle's charged, and this is all hosted through ChargePoint, you get a notification, hey, you have 5 minutes to move your vehicle, and otherwise it's $1 a minute. So every minute you sit there, you're getting $1.
So that's even like for the city ones, just on city streets.
Yeah, I believe that's what their structure is right now, to a max of $150 for an overstay fee. So we would probably do the same thing.
Something like that.
Except it would
Just
do like
to
a
ensure that
5 minute.
people weren't dropping and shopping too long.
Exactly. And we don't have the amenities there, like someone might walk out of their car and stretch a little bit, but they're probably not going anywhere.
You're gonna have to be careful because they're gonna be knocking on your door and wanna use the restroom in the Public Works building. Just because Jeffrey has been coaching me on the fact that there's many chargers that don't have facilities nearby. The other thing, I find it appalling that a charger is $185,000. That blows me away. And that's only gonna go up if those pieces and parts are imported. And then I think that's a tough one for me to swallow, that we're putting in that much money for a charger.
Well, this is stuff we've, gone through the budget and done for the last 2 years, so.
Yeah, it's just appalling. But I
If
mean,
we had a carbon tax, it probably wouldn't seem so expensive.
that went through Congress.
I was going
Yeah,
to ask,
right.
what does it cost to put one of those big giant fuel tanks underground?
Our fuel site itself, I wasn't part of that, but I bet you we're well into the millions on that one. I bet you that was like probably a.
But those will last longer than a charger will last, Greg. So stop arguing with other people drive, because you're gonna get stuck on the highway without any fuel or energy,
think
and
you
you're
need
gonna
to
be
get off
calling
your
Jeffrey.
horse.
No, you gotta
Get
call
off your
Patty
high
to come
horse.
pick
And
you
I'll be
up.
the one picking you up in my little Subaru that I can drive circles around you.
All right, we have some strong preferences on how we drive
I like
here.
all cars.
So will this come back to us as like a rate, like will we have a fee ordinance or something?
Yeah, we'll come
That will
back
come
with
back to
for
us
2
for
readings
that.
with you guys.
Okay, well, that's super helpful. It would be great, I think, at that time for me and for the public, just sort of, I like some visuals and charts on like what the rates are and
Okay.
what that might look like.
And notice
Maybe
to the
some
public that this is gonna be
comparisons for what's
you.
available, here and how the fees compare. And
I'm just
I think
waiting
it'd
to
be
see the headline on the Denver Post.
We spent $185,000 for a charger.
The headline will say, "We have the most expensive electric charging," although we're a huge proponent of EVs. I'd like not to see that
Yeah,
headline.
well, Aspen has proposed to go to 75 cents, because their
Beat us.
their DC
they
fast
probably
chargers
will.
lose money.
Right.
For the rate of power that they pay. So
Now, you can
we're-
use that charger for your vehicles instead of the big charger. The big vehicles that suck a lot of power, like if you have to charge a dump truck or a bus or something, that charger makes perfect
We
sense.
don't
Yeah.
have electric dump trucks.
Not yet.
But that's what we
Loaders,
built it out for. We're
tractors.
building 11-foot stalls so they're easy to get in and out of with heavy equipment. So we're future proofing for that. So, and I'm not gonna say we're the highest. Greeley, I was there recently. They were 56 cents. There's places that are very
Greeley was
comparable.
56?
I've seen 56
for a
in
DC
Denver.
fast charger putting out 350 kilowatts. Yep.
Do we have data on what our local registrations of EVs are in Pitkin County?
I don't, but I'm sure it's very available.
Just because for me, I've always thought it's good for us to subsidize these as we support the uptake of, electric vehicles. I'm probably easily convinced that we're past the need for that at this point. But, I have always thought that there was a government role in trying to help promote and subsidize emerging technologies. And this one's less emerging
Interesting.
than it once was. So I'm more comfortable with charging for this service.
It'd be interesting to know, at the landfill, how many lithium batteries we now have coming in from EV vehicles.
One.
One so
We've only
far.
had one?
We've only taken one.
Really, what did we do with it?
It was very problematic to get rid of it, so our recycling person, it wasn't Trinity or whoever it was, took it as like a favor. So I don't think we're taking those anymore.
I liked it. Just if we see an uptick in that, that would be interesting to see what we might need to do to find some good place for bad batteries to go.
Yes. Great. I'm sorry. Patty, go
Yeah,
finish.
just
up.
really quick, I want you to know I have not pulled out of the parking garage without unplugging or replugging when I come back in.
Thank you.
I've been very careful.
Thank you.
Just the stats for Colorado, Pitkin County leads in EV ownership per capita in the state. The EVs made up 25.3% of all new vehicle sales in Colorado in the third quarter of '24. Market share in the entire state of ownership grew from 16.1% to 22% in the third quarter of '24. So you see a lot of them out there. There are many on the road. So we are kind of leading in terms of ownership.
Per capita.
Yeah, per capita, right.
Per capita, yeah. So as
53 per thousand residents.
2023 as of late 2023, about 2.37% of all vehicles in Pitkin County were EVs. But to Greg's point, roughly a quarter of new vehicles being registered are EVs. So we'd expect that proportion is going to go up next time we get
We
down
probably
there.
have a higher proportion of historic.
You think it's going to go up? John, do you think it's going to go up?
In most places too.
Well, I think it's going up only because 25% of new vehicles being registered in Pitkin County are EVs, whereas that percentage was lower before.
I like to see where that curve goes. It'd be interesting to see what's happening around the world, to see if it's just used ones coming into Pitkin County.
Well, there's a whole set of dynamics
We've
outside.
got a lot of cars out there, EVs
Tesla
with
shares
stickers
dropping
on
in
them, bumper
Colorado.
stickers on them.
I tell you, the shares and bumper stickers for Teslas have gone up. So.
I wish I'd
Okay.
invested in that.
Do you have any final questions? I think we've given you direction. What do you need clarity
Just a
on?
comment, once we get this done, we'd come back to the board a year later with statistics and let you know how it's going. And it's the step now. We can always change it. So we'd like to test it, though, and see how it goes.
Great. All systems go. I'm totally in favor. Thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, we'll see you when you come back. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the time.
Yes, thank you.
Quick question, sorry.
yes,
Last
sir.
thing I had first thing on my list, preconditioning. You can't, a fast charger doesn't do anything for you unless you've preconditioned your battery. You can't charge at 400 unless your battery's preconditioned. The cars will do that. Is there any way we can make sure people understand they have to do that before they go to a charger?
They
Sometimes
can.
it's automatic, but other times it's not.
Yeah, so if we show up on like a charge point network, when you select our charger and your car's newer, it'll automatically start preconditioning. So like your car knows you're heading there.
You know, if it
You
knows
can
you're going
manually
in.
do it.
Yeah.
And if you're driving, it's already warm. It's already ready to go. So it can accept that kind of power.
I've yet to take advantage of that, where it knows. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't, but anyway, thank you.
Absolutely.
Great.
Don't want to blow up one of those $185,000 charges.
Just it won't charge fast. It charges.
We'll
at a
have
slower
bollards.
rate.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
All
you.
right, appreciate you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. We're gonna start calling you Sparky.
Okay, let's skip ahead. We have an interview at 3:30, and we are moving ahead in our agenda. So,
350. Oh, that's right. We moved it
right?
down.
I'm not off, right? 3:30. Matthew Schmigowski for Healthy Rivers. So, in the interim, let's talk about future agendas and if we need to open discussion.
Yep, I've got a couple items for you. First, CCI Summer Conference is coming up June 2nd through 4th. So far, we have Jeffrey and Levi, I think, planning to attend. Hopefully, I'm not speaking out of turn for you, Jeffrey, on that.
I'm registered.
Okay. The deadline for a hotel is the 18th of this month. I may also attend that conference, but are there any other board
It's the
members?
1st of June because we miss a work session and a regular meeting. I think
Shouldn't be a
June
regular
2nd and
meeting.
4th. I gotta look at what, I don't know what days those are off the top.
Yeah,
I don't have my.
it shouldn't be a regular
hard copy.
meeting. but a work session.
Yeah. So if 3 go, won't have a
It's
quorum.
June 2nd through 4th, according to this. And Charlotte's here to confirm it's June 2nd through 4th.
No, that's okay. We're early, so we're talking about future agendas.
So, Jeffrey, what days is it?
June 2nd through 4th is what I'm showing.
No,
And
what
it is
days of the
Monday through
week?
Wednesday. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And so we just have a work session, no regular meeting, right?
Do you want to go?
No.
And in the past, I've joined remotely when.
I'm just worried about us having a quorum.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Because I know there's been 3 board members who've been really involved in CCI.
I know, I'm just so uninclined.
It's part of why we are asking to.
Yeah. I'm not particularly inclined, and since they don't publish the agendas before you have to register, that makes it even a little trickier. Because sometimes I'm like, oh, that looks like a great session. So I'll feel that out and let you know. I'll ask what their proposed agenda is and see if it's interesting or not. What else?
So, after our retreat, one of the conversations we had was coming back with the airport kind of project management and airport structure, let me start over. The airport infrastructure project governance structure. That was so much harder to get out than I thought it was going to be. That's going to be a combination of how we intend to fill, what critical roles we've identified for successful delivery of the project, as well as staff recommendations around where we can contract those out, where we might need to build some internal capacity. It's gotten pretty complex as we've started doing the key milestones and working through that organization. So wanted to plug for the board and talk about doing a mini retreat or just a half-day meeting off of a regular meeting day to go over that. So kind of the critical milestones that we've identified for the project, some policy decisions that we'll need to get direction from the board on because that will affect the project timing and resourcing. And then where we're at right now, building out those different project roles and our recommendations to get some board buy-in really around how we're going to move forward with this project. I believe, can be ready for that anytime 3 weeks out on. And so wanted to start just, one, get a sense from the board if you're open to doing that, and 2, see if we might be able to identify a few times to look at. And again, I think we'll be ready to go here really from the first week of May on. We're getting pretty close.
So do you want us to pick a date?
If we could decide on one, that would be great.
In May?
I don't have my calendar.
And we can bring it back also next week if we want to think about it.
Right,
I would think like a Thursday or Friday.
So I'm out until May 11th.
The week of the 12th works well.
In May or
Because
May?
state's also adjourned on the 7th. State Assembly adjourns the 7th, so that reduces a little bit of overhead and workload.
She's gone till the 11th.
I know, I just said the week of the 12th looks interesting.
May, the 16th works of that week. The 15th doesn't. We have EOTC, I believe.
I'm in
And I've got
Denver
RAFTA.
accepting the award for the courthouse on the 15th and 16th.
Can we look to the following week?
The 19th. Week of the 19th. Colorado Basin Roundtable on the 19th.
I mean, 20, 21, 22.
All good.
23 would probably work.
Maybe we should go watch the Rockies and the Yankees play in Denver that weekend and do it then.
Only if the Dodgers were
The
playing
morning
when
of
I
the
go.
22nd would work. How long are you thinking of doing this? A couple hours? a day?
Well, there's a couple of things that we could incorporate if we do I'm thinking more of a half day, and maybe we incorporate a couple of opportunities, one to talk about the airport, and two just to do some maybe team building and that sort of thing, kind of exercises as we go into
I thought,
this.
John, we were looking at the possibility of going to DC the end of May.
So the
Talk about the airport unless we know we're going to have money.
so right now it's looking like I am going to actually be out until May 20th, returning May 20th from Chamberlain's graduation, unless there was some talk from from Jessica Moynihan that we may want to do a DC trip that week to visit with FAA and our delegation around funding and update where we're at with our environmental process and such. So that would be the only hang up there. And Kelly, you're gone through the 11th?
Yes. And then I have to be out on the 13th.
And you have to be out on the 13th. I'm going to be gone for Chamberlain's graduation.
How's the 22nd?
That may be when
The morning of the 22nd.
That's a Thursday?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or the morning
Yeah.
of the 21st before the regular meeting.
21st, I
Gonna be longer than a
apologize, I
couple
couldn't do,
Right,
and
you're
I
not
think
there.
I should
Sorry,
be
you just
there
said
for that. But what if we looked at, and we can ask Friancy, what's my
22nd or 23rd work for me.
And I was thinking 22nd or 29th even, the following week.
29th is wide open.
Yeah, both.
And then that would
As long
clear
as you're
that.
not in DC.
I have a feeling we might be in DC
The week before,
the 22nd, 3rd-ish week.
potentially. We need to have that conversation still, but.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was being contemplated, or which board.
Yeah, so we need to have that. I need to get confirmation from Jessica. The environment in DC right now is pretty fluid, and so nailing down when these times are most appropriate has been a little difficult.
I would hope to go because I could reach out with NACO to set something up for the NACO meeting coming up in July. So we have a plan with NACO.
Is there any way we could get with Jeff Hurd before you go to DC? It'd be great to have him on our side while you're there.
He's pretty much on our side for the airport.
Yeah, so.
Well, why don't we, it sounds like right now the 22nd or the 29th are good possibilities for the board, and we can confirm some of these others. So we'll bring back maybe next week, the 22nd or the 29th. That gives staff something to plan towards. And what we would anticipate is based on the outcome of that meeting, coming for some budget supplementals to start building out, so we can start building out that team outside of the quarterly. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat there. Pretty soon after that retreat.
So John, would this mini retreat be different than the one you and I kind of kiddingly talked about?
I think it could be very much like that one. And so,
Remember, I
Greg,
told you
maybe
I thought we should have the one you and I were, John was talking about this, us talking about our working agreements, et cetera, et cetera. Greg at a mini retreat up at Ashcroft one day for lunch.
It's quite lovely.
Fun, I would go. I'd be
Yeah,
willing to
but
do that.
not bringing any heavy topics like the airport up there, just for us to have an opportunity. John and I were just kicking it around because
Yeah.
John was
And I
totally
was
taken
thinking
off
about
guard when I mentioned a mini retreat.
Yeah, I was thinking about combining those just from a time perspective, but we could do them separately.
I think that takes away the.
Yeah. Let me just be clear to what we're talking. One of the things that I want to chat about in terms of follow-up to our working agreements, which still need to be laminated and brought back to you, we go through some pretty standard communications and kind of training that's around our styles as staff. And we thought it might be interesting for the board to do the same thing. And it's been a really useful tool because we all kind of rely on different traits or approaches in terms of how we give information and how we receive information and how we communicate in that space. And we thought as a follow-up to the working agreements, it would be interesting to do that. And internally, we use a tool called DISC that provides that context. And so we could either do it as a standalone, like go up, and that's what, Patty, you're talking about, is go up to Toclot and just spend some time, in which case we'll have to find 2 dates to do that, but that's fine. And then, you know, the others, the airport, I'm feeling a little bit of pressure to get some decisions around the airport so we can stay on a timeline. And so maybe we do that first and then bring back more of a retreat session to work on our communications and such.
Is there a benefit to doing the airport session in this room, given the public interest in it? I just am like,
we absolutely
there are
could.
going to be people who
Yeah.
are going to haul themselves up to Toclot and think we're trying to hide things rather than
I think I
have some of that
yeah.
conversation here.
Exactly, Kelly.
You know,
Okay.
so I'd love to go to Toclot. I'd love to have a retreat with you all. I've wanted to do the disc, and I've talked
Mhm.
with John about doing that individually. So I hope there's energy from other board members because I'd love to understand how you all communicate better.
I don't know anything about DISC, so
I'll
I'm
walk you
eager
through
to
it
hear
a
about
little
It's
bit.
not like Frisbee disc.
yeah.
It's not like.
Yeah,
It's actually what the Our
It is
Community
fun, though.
Listens
It's-
program model
Yeah.
is kind of framed around
And
that.
I,
type of
John,
thing.
I already picked out all the discs. I told John
Yeah.
I've already solved. He told me I could facilitate. I said that would not work.
Anyhow, I think we should consider if there's,
Do them separately
yeah,
and do one
and,
up at
and I
Toclot
just
and
think,
stuff
yes,
like
we
that.
could have we had a half a day this morning on water, you know, it maybe
Yeah.
we do it here and have it really just be a working.
I think there's
I
a
agree.
lot of wisdom in what's being talked about right now, and we'd be happy to.
You'd be comfortable presenting it in the major public forum.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
that's a great idea.
And no, this all needs to be transparent in terms of what we're talking
And we should
about and
keep her
such.
that
So,
way.
yeah, we can do that here.
Regarding the 22nd of May, one of the, I don't know if it's tentative now, but one of the Transportation Coalition's meetings is scheduled for the afternoon, 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on that day.
And we have not had that discussion yet. We're having that on Tuesday, John?
So we need to make sure we're not, if we're scheduling something on top of that, I don't think that works.
Well, we,
4 o'clock today, we're talking about that.
Ta-da, great.
Yeah, just to get some
Spoke
feedback
to
from
it's
the
on,
board.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was next week.
Yeah, no, it's today.
Okay,
Had the day
so
right.
we're gonna find
Oh,
some
yeah,
work
you're right.
session time, which I think, based on our future agendas in front of us today, they don't look incredibly full in front of us yet. I'm sure you have more knowledge about how the future agendas are shaping up, but we'll plan the airport for a Tuesday, and we'll look at the 22nd or 29th for a communications retreat for the board. Is that what I hear?
Yeah, I think we should look for 2 dates, but I
Oh,
thought,
wait, I'm sorry, go ahead,
no,
Patty.
the coalition first meeting is May 1st.
I have, that's their first meeting, their second meeting's May 22nd. Unless I screwed up the,
No, you might be right, because they're twice a month, but we haven't even, we'll talk about that later.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had actually for future agendas.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, Patty, please.
On the 23rd, John, you might want to, if you have it, between, it's a regular meeting day, between the,
what, April?
between item number 10 and 11, there's this, in italics, resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving an IGA between the Board of Commissioners and CDOT. I have no idea what that is. It's not numbered. It's underlined and in italics. Do you have any
And that's,
clue?
is that on the
It's on the packet.
It's in-
23rd,
Yeah,
did you say?
between item 10 and 11. I don't know what that is or why it's there. And I bet you don't either.
Oh, second readings, is that the IMPTR IGA? Let me say, I think that might be a formatting. I think we had first reading on the IGA for the, I'm forgetting the acronym now, intermodal transportation
Oh,
planning. I think that might be it, but it's gotten somehow messed up.
Yeah,
in the
because it's
system
weird that
here.
it's in italics and underlined, on top of the fact it doesn't have a number. And that's like next week, so we might want to clean that up.
Yeah,
sooner
and
than
we,
later.
we had an issue in the system where all the numbering disappeared for a minute, so they're
Oh, it's
fixing that.
technology, John. It's right after the preliminary technical design for artificial intelligence.
And it's only gonna get better as it starts thinking for itself, Betty.
I would love to believe that. That's the only thing I
Oh,
had,
whoops.
Kelly.
Document for CDOT for weed management just came through the system, and I wonder if that's what that is, weed control.
We'll take a look. We'll
Rich.
clarify that.
Wow, Rich,
Hey, Rich,
they
what are you
still
doing
give you
here?
access? All right.
He's
Just
back
can't
in
leave you
town.
out hanging out.
He's spying on us. We didn't know he was there.
I'm just kidding. Nice
Can I ask
to
you a
see
question?
you. Yes.
John, this morning, Kelly suggested she was concerned about the Forest Service lack of staffing this
yeah.
summer. You suggested there will be we're going to discuss that. When are we doing that?
So we don't have that scheduled yet, and we need to get that on future agendas, so thanks for bringing that up. So we did meet internally with the Sheriff's Department and Open Space and Trails, Manager's Office. Seems like there's somebody else there, just to kind of talk about the gaps that we're anticipating based on our partner discussions with Forest Service staff. And frankly, part of the reason we haven't brought forward yet is we're anticipating that there's going to be more news, coming about what those gaps are. How we are looking at this is kind of in three buckets, if you will. We've identified kind of a public safety resource gap that we think probably needs to be, so anyway, the three buckets are public safety, resource protection, and then just visitor experience. And so we're going to bring that back. We are right now focused on the public safety gaps primarily. The board may have some additional but that I think you're referring to this conversation
Right.
in an
So,
earlier
looking forward to that.
conversation. And so, I think it will, what staff is focused on is making sure that we have coverage for the public safety side of it. There will be some coverage on resource protection. But right now, we're probably not going to be bringing recommendations forward on, covering things like campgrounds or cleaning bathrooms or that type of experience. Now, the board can direct differently when we bring that conversation forward, but we're developing a set of recommendations based on that for the board now. And we had an April, I want to say 21st date where we expected to hear more back from Forest Service to see if there's any additional pieces we want to add in. So we'll look for time to bring that back to you
If
too.
I could, I'd just like to say campground and bathroom maintenance are probably among the highest things because they'll be the first things to get trashed or overflowing and start causing problems. If people don't want to use the bathroom, you know what they're going to do, So I hope we're not shying away from that. It doesn't sound appealing, but I think it's essential.
Right now, staff is not recommending filling those gaps, but there's a couple of reasons for that. For example, the campgrounds right now are really managed through concessionaires, the Forest Service. So we're anticipating that there will continue to be campground coverage.
Got it, okay.
And those fee services, we are concerned about, maroon bells is going to be a discussion because that is not run by a concessionaire.
Oh.
And that's a piece that and that's part where we're still waiting to understand better what the Forest Service resources really are. And
what
what
they're
their
gonna,
plan is.
what they'll agree to.
But we are looking at, I can look it up real quick because I'm,
I mean, I'll just, I'm going with the mindset that shutdowns of certain resources could be very real, and the very real solution that is within everyone's capacity. And there is also impact from that, because then we just have people parking at Buttermilk or parking on the forest, or, there is like a cascade for sure that I think we should be thinking through. But I am not of the mentality that we will be able to close all the gaps. We may need to manage closures and manage impacts along different fronts as well.
And I know we were working on a solution for the restrooms that did the top of the pass.
Yeah, those have been managed through a little bit different partnership in the past. What we're really focusing on right now are what we're calling backcountry community response officers.
The
We've
pass
had those.
is a key one for the restrooms up there because there are no bushes.
The Forest Conservancy's up at the Maroon Bells, that volunteer group, a lot of senior citizens sign up to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, can we talk to them about mobilizing and what they're doing this summer, and can they expand if necessary, or how can we support them?
Working on it.
Well, the problem is we're in a really unclear environment right now. The Forest Service continues to work on partnerships like through the I want to say Youth Corps, but I think it's got a different name, but doing contracting for
AmeriCorps?
Because it's
Something like that.
yeah. This is some of the information we're hoping to get back, because while they maybe cannot hire, they may be able to contract out some services. We don't anticipate like a youth corps may be able to do some of the things that you're talking about. And so what is the scope of that? What we think they'd be less likely to fill are those public safety, what some of the backcountry rangers, the folks who were notifying search and rescue when there's we're back there with a radio that works where cell phones don't. And it's that same environment. We don't know what we don't know at this point. I think everyone's scrambling. But if we start doing a solution for lands we don't have jurisdiction over, we may just be stepping on people's toes. And so we're also waiting for an answer.
To me, the analogy is we're sailing a ship in a dense fog, but we have to be prepared for what might happen, right?
And it may not even be our ship. Right.
It's our ship.
Yeah.
I think it's our ship.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Be interesting to see what other counties are doing too. So we're not reinventing a wheel that their wheel may fit ours.
We'll talk about this next week, but I think it may come up as one of our joint Eagle County topics for you all to consider.
If not sooner, yeah.
I just wanted to say that we got an email, or I got a message earlier from April Long about Rawapa's hosting a presentation on the 15th, May 15th. It's not on our future agenda, but maybe it ought to be. I think you'll all get an email about it. That's an open discussion item, I guess.
Let's see, we can, did you have other future agenda items? I didn't. Okay. I may bring up what I brought up before then about the Lift Up invitation. So John and I received a letter from Tricia Oregon asking for 60 minutes of time with us to talk about kind of the landscape of food security. And I think what Lift Up's role is in that.
Hours?
That was the request that I'm bringing forward to you all. I personally think that I've recognized in these conversations, I don't have a clear understanding of the whole landscape of provision of food security in our valley and region. It would be a useful conversation, I know, for me, and some learning. I'm not sure if it should just be lift up or if there are other stakeholders, or if it's just a presentation from our health and human services staff on it, but there's an invitation for us to consider, and if I've missed any description that's relevant, please, Sean.
No, I think you've represented the ask. I think the one caution I'd give the board, and I think, Patty, you were going there, is it's one thing to come in and understand some of the landscape and challenges, and there have been, I think, a lot of changes. Usually that's associated with a funding request that gets out of and we've tried to be really cautious about getting outside of like the Healthy Community Fund overall grant process and that sort of thing. And so I think maybe some clarity on what the conversation really is, because I do think if it's educational in nature, we could probably convene a number of folks who are involved in food security or organizations involved in food security. I would caution against having one entity come in with an hour to come in and make a funding request, because then you are opening that gate and we're getting outside of that process. That'd be my only caution on that.
Patty.
As I started to mention earlier, yeah, I think the educational aspect would be great, and an hour would probably be maybe not enough time, but good amount of time. But I would open it up, and it shouldn't just be, I would thank Lift Up for wanting to bring this to our attention more clearly as far as food security, but is Sam the one, or we have staff that's been involved in it? I think we should have staff and ask them which other partners they think would be appropriate for the discussion. I would not be comfortable just having Lift Up here. I want to hear from everybody who's been involved in helping us solve the problem in the past and what we might find as problems going forward in the future.
And another approach would be to do a briefer staff update and see what follow-up questions and we can invite organizations into. It's really up to the board.
When is our next Board of Social Services meeting? Do we know? What would we guess?
Let me look. I don't know that off the top.
I don't know. We're just into the next quarter, right? I didn't see anything on future agendas. Probably not until June.
I mean, that might be good timing, I think. Rather, I don't want to just dump this on staff's lap to organize.
Well, let's ask them when they
summit or
see
presentation
what they're
to us.
interested, if
But
they have ideas and who they would invite and when would be an appropriate time. But I think it's a discussion that is, we're going to see a changing landscape, not just with the CSA kind of food products, but with providing lunches for our seniors at all.
I'd certainly love to see that, and I think it'd be great if we got a really good look at what food security issues in our watershed or in the county or in the valley. I think that would be a worthwhile conversation. Certainly, I'd like to invite anybody who's doing anything along those lines, so we could really understand it. I think it's important that we understand it. It's changed dramatically since COVID. The demand hasn't gone down since COVID, which is kind of surprising, but it hasn't. And so I think it's a timely conversation, and I'd like those entities to come and speak to us directly and not be through the filter of a staff. Staff could certainly be involved and should certainly be there, but I'd like to hear from them directly.
I think staff should organize it.
Yeah. I guess I'm just wondering if we should get a bit of an overview from staff and then, provide them with input on what a more robust presentation would look like.
I'd like it to be from the leader here. Then
Would you like what?
I'd like John to be the one who gives us that overview.
But he's not the one who runs the program. It's Sam. Doesn't Sam?
Well, yeah, but you're the boss. You're the guy at the top, and I think that's important. I think this is important enough that that's what I would ask for. Just that's my perspective, and I have my reasons, and I'll just leave it at that.
I will respectfully disagree with you, though I appreciate your perspective, only because I think John can delegate that survey. You know, and when I say survey, I just literally mean like a lay of the land that staff can present to us, and then we can provide them input on how to cultivate a broader conversation and what we would like to gain from it. Or staff can provide that to John to deliver to us. I'm open to multiple approaches.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably a more appropriate way to go.
Well, if we framed it as, because I'm hearing a lot of different perspectives from the board, so you know, I think it's good to hear directly from the entities that are involved in providing the service. I think you may just want to set a ground rule. Our intent is not for you to come in and make specific funding requests. It's for us to understand the lay of the land.
That makes sense.
I would tell you I would need a pretty good briefing from Sam, and would probably be parroting some of that, just because while yes, I am in the manager's role, I do rely on the staff on the ground doing the work. And so, yeah, I just want to be really transparent. I probably don't know enough to give you all the amount of information that you'd like. But I'm writing Lindsay right now, and so would it be acceptable to the board if we tried to do kind of a brief overview of where we've been, and then make a recommendation on how we'd convene a work session with multiple players designed just to kind of educate us on what's happening in their worlds with food distribution and such, with real clarity that this isn't a funding ask, but it does provide context maybe for future funding asks. Mm-hmm. Does that capture
that kind of
everyone?
It occurred to me that I would love to even ask, you know, we talk about the local farmers and local food. If there's an opportunity to maybe have a couple representatives of the farms that are providing food locally, might be worthwhile as well. There's a farmers coalition, isn't there? Isn't there? Are farmers local? Maybe it may be a little bit far out there, but if they're the ones growing the food and answering a demand, they may have a perspective worth hearing. If we're gonna go to this extent, why don't we get the full picture?
Well, and it'd be helpful to know how much they rely on that for their business success.
Yeah,
you know,
that would
which
be
they would be the
great.
ones to know.
That'd be great to learn that.
And we'll then we think be able to see the overlaps and the gaps.
Great, thanks. Thank you for the conversation.
Okay, does that feel doable?
Yep, I'm writing Lindsay right now.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think it will be timely, as we are expecting to feel the pressure of higher demand on some human services, given federal cutbacks. So, okay. Are there other future agenda items? I continue to have my running list that Jeffrey and I review with staff every week relative to some meetings we've requested. Anything new? Patty?
This would be a thought. I think it would be broader than just an open discussion, so maybe some time. I think we need to start looking sooner than later at the November 2025 ballot versus 2026 ballot to see if we are contemplating a healthy community fund question and or an airport bond question and or anything else, because I think we have until June just to notice the clerk's office, Ingrid, that we may possibly be putting on a ballot question.
Okay, thanks, Patty.
So that would be great.
Sounds good. Yes, sir.
Just want to add one thing to maybe I'm backtracking a little bit in the last conversation, but Human Services just made a change. I don't think this conversation is about the change they made. I think this is about understanding the landscape. So it's not second guessing in any way, shape, or form a decision already made. It's just having the board have a more informed discussion about food insecurity. Right? So I'm taking it out of the
Yeah.
the pantry conversation. Sorry, I was
Making that change.
Yeah, sorry, I just went back to that. I'm concerned that we are in any way, shape, or form revisiting a decision made. That's what I'm trying to say. So.
No, in my mind, no, I'm not. gonna
But,
revisit
but
that.
and then going forward, Patty, I would agree with you that I would really love a sort of strength, weakness, or whatever, a presentation basically saying, why wouldn't we go in 2025 for a healthy community fund? So more of a, not a poll, but just analysis of what's the risk in not going this year and trying to get to a go, no-go before any deadline for healthy
27.
community and airport. Yeah.
Because community fund runs out in 27, correct?
Yeah, and we
discussed it at the retreat,
We had a
but-
little
yeah.
conversation, but we need
Yeah.
to spend more time on that. Yeah, maybe another mini retreat.
Excuse me?
June's getting nice.
We'll turn these off.
Well, and again, I think the questions in light of the fact that the 25 ballot is going to get really, really crowded and expensive, as in asks across districts that look like they're all raising their hand right now.
And we've learned more.
Yeah,
Yep.
same.
So.
Okay, good to know. I've got it on the list. Thank you. Any others? Okay, I see Matt has joined us in the room. We can move on to our Healthy Rivers and Streams Citizen Board interview. I'll invite Charlotte and any of the Healthy Rivers staff if you'd like to come up, and Matthew Schmilgeski, who can. So we'll let Charlotte kind of give us the landscape of where the board recruitment is at for this, and then I'll let you know how we conduct the interviews. Nice to see you.
Okay, so Matt is joining us today. He's applied for a position on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. I know there was a little confusion last time about how Wendy represented the Roaring Fork watershed. Matt lives in Pitkin County, which is part of the Roaring Fork watershed. And Lisa are here if you have more questions on that. So he does qualify. Even though he lives in District 5, he represents District 5 for that board as well. You all saw you all interviewed Tom Sherman last week. I don't think we've got any other applications right now. Sorry,
When's it
I'm
close?
blanking out. No, it's open until the 18th, this
The
Friday.
18th. Okay, that's what I was wondering. When's it close?
So anyway, we will bring more to you if we receive those. So I think that's, excuse me? Okay, that's what I was thinking, but I'm blanking on who it is. Okay, so we do have one more, and I believe they come in May. Yeah.
One more interview.
One
for
more
this
interview.
seat.
Mhm.
Okay.
Unless we get something between now and Friday, when it closes.
We don't have alternates on this board, do we?
No.
Do we ever have trouble reaching a quorum with this board? I know some really have that.
Not anymore. We did, and we changed the bylaws to, to move some things around like that. So, it was.
Yeah, you better get up there.
Good afternoon, Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program. We did change the board bylaws to allow the Roaring Fork representatives to become a part of the quorum because it was only the 5 commissioner districts originally. Those 5 members could only fill out the quorum. That's where we started running into problems with attendance and everything like that. But since we changed that, we've not had any issues.
Great. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, if we ever thought of the idea of having alternates, would it require a vote or something?
Bylaw change.
Bylaw change, that doesn't require a vote of the public, it's just a matter of,
No.
I don't know,
Vote of
I would
us.
say consider it. It's always great to have interested people engaged, and that seems like it's worth contemplating. I don't know what the downside would be.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's
Okay, great.
about it.
Well, nice to see you. Do you prefer Matthew or Matt?
Matt
Great. Okay, Matt, thank you. Nice to see you. So we will invite you to tell us who you are, why you're interested in this board, any connection you've had to the board's work, and then we generally do kind of a round robin where everyone can ask questions.
Yeah.
And then we'll interview, I think, another candidate, and then at a different meeting we'll decide and have a formal resolution that comes where we appoint you or whoever officially to the board. So it'll be a little bit of a lag time between today and that decision.
Okay.
But nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see everyone. Thanks, commissioners, for having me here. My name is Matthew Schmigelski and live in the Crystal River Valley of Pitkin County. And, water, of course, is ever present in our lives and in the Crystal Valley. And, of course, that watershed has its own challenges with quantity and quality and such. We, as a community, ran into the administrative call that came down in 2018. So we're part of that process in terms of resolution on how some water can be made available in the times when it's short in that watershed. So so I've been a part of some of those discussions. So really interested in water and how we can ensure that we are able to maintain our quality of life here with regards to our watersheds. I've worked in climate most of my career at Clear, nonprofit in Carbondale, as well as running my own business with solar and electric vehicles. So really passionate about our climate and wanting to also do as much as we can to in the face of all that's changing, our changing climate, to help manage that and look at solutions or opportunities to better manage resources. So that's kind of my background and really wanting to help support and serve our community. I've lived in Pitkin County for 20, or in the Aspen Roaring Fork Valley for 23 years, and it's been an amazing community, and raised 2 children. One is off in college and one is still in diapers. So
Not similar ages, though.
no, they've got some time or some age between them. So, good question. Yeah, so really seeking opportunity to serve and give back to the community that I really have been fortunate enough to be a part of.
Great, thank you. All right, questions. Patty.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
And it's nice to see you again.
You as well.
Didn't you apply? You applied for this before. So
Open space and trails.
yeah, was it open?
Oh, okay.
Your
Yep.
interest in following what's going on in our valley, and I know you spend a lot of time on the river,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a beautiful view plane of Sopers from your house,
Mm-hmm.
kind of the shoulder of the mountain. And I didn't realize your extensive background in climate-related issues from the last time, but I think it's great. I think having somebody who's out there on the water is important to understanding. It's amazing what you learn every time you spend time on the water, what you learn and what you see, and the successes and maybe the not-so-successful issues. But I just want to thank you. And so I just want to make sure with your one in diapers and one in college, that you have the time. It's once a month, and you are able to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel, especially where I'm at with my own business and having the flexibility and ability to work in and have time available to.
Because we have a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be growing.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with the county and water issues? So
Yeah.
it might call for a few more meetings stuck in here and stuck in there, and maybe more meetings with the BoCC. But I think you can probably work out the time frame.
Yeah, I think I'm really in a position in my life to be able to commit
Thanks
to that.
for coming in today.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
yeah, thanks, Patty.
Okay, should I go around?
Sure.
Greg, go ahead.
In previous interactions with you, I've always been really impressed with the conversations we've had and the interests you've pursued. And, with Habitat, we were talking about that years ago, and electrification and chargers. I was going to say your two interests of water and electrification, that's really a dangerous lifestyle.
Right.
How do you plan to keep your life separated?
That's a great question. It is. I have sought out really challenging topics. Climate and affordable housing is one of them, if not probably one of the most challenging things to tackle. So why not throw water on there as one of the most challenging topics? No. Really keen on and have been interested in it for a long time, and have worked alongside Gary Beach in 20 years ago, and as a hydrologist, or he's a hydrologist. I'm not a hydrologist, but in that realm of water rights, and so I've really have had that interest for a long time, and passion. So really excited about an opportunity to bring that to the community, or support efforts to manage that.
Well, your longevity in the community has been helpful too. Doing these interesting, important things, managing to keep at it. It's hard sometimes. So I really appreciate it. So I'm grateful you're applying.
Thanks, Greg.
Hi, nice to see you.
Thanks, County.
I was wondering, is there anything in particular that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is working on that you feel really passionate about? They've got a bunch of different things going on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Crystal River is front and center in my day-to-day in life, and really feel a passion around that river specifically, and the nature of it being one of the few undiverted rivers in the state, and even in the West. So I would say that would be one that rises to the top for me, is how, what that might look like in terms of potential protection or otherwise, and also by virtue of some of the this administrative call that's on currently, or not on, but the resolution of that from 2018 is still sort of pending. So there's definitely opportunities or work that's been investigated. I know there's been some recharge concepts that have been brought forward by the Forester on some Forest Service land. So how that might be a potential solution to help support that ecosystem in that river, especially in the times that it's short water and in these dry years.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Jeffrey, do you have any questions for? You are? Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like to share with us relative to the Healthy Rivers and Streams program?
I don't think so. I appreciate everybody's time, and I appreciate all, of course, your work in terms of supporting our great community.
Great.
So thanks for making time for me.
Yeah, nice to see you. Say hi to Claire.
I will.
How's she doing well? Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I'm actually, double task. Did some work for her this morning to help. It's all juggling as you know, with the little one, and
he makes a mean veggie taco, Jeffrey. Just so you know.
All right, great. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we can go to our general board open discussion, and then at 4, we're going to discuss do we need to wait till 4 to discuss the transportation committee? I do want to give Francie a heads up because she wanted to join us for that conversation.
Yeah, so I sent her a text that we're about 10 or 15 minutes out, about probably 7.5 minutes ago.
Okay.
So
short break.
We can.
Yeah, would folks like a short break?
Sure, I'll take one.
Maybe come back in 10 minutes?
Great. Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. right, welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on April 15th. Hope y'all did your taxes, filled out
mine a
your
long time ago.
extensions. Today's the day. So, we are going to start on open discussion, and I'm going to turn it over to John. We're going to give Francie a minute to join us from our other meeting because she wants to talk about the Transportation Committee. So let's do general open discussion, and then I just have to answer this phone from my kid's camp. Because he's been misplaced.
Okay. Do you mind if and Jeffrey, you can facilitate a little bit. My electronic brain has frozen here, so I've got to kick back in.
With our technology these days.
I know.
Mine kicked
And
out
so
all my
I guess what
printers.
I'd ask for is if the board has any open discussion, then maybe we can reverse the order, because I did have a note in here, but I can't remember.
I can throw one out. You already done? Are you already back?
Yes, they
Okay.
found my child. All is well.
You're so nonchalant. Oh, yeah, they found him.
Is it
Okay, we're
Alice?
back to
Is it
business as
Alice?
usual.
It's all good. They're good.
I had one, and I just talked to John about it. I was thinking of waiting, but I don't really have to wait. There's a group formed in the community over the last several months talking about trying to create a recognition of humanitarian service and Albert Schweitzer on the 75th anniversary of his arrival in the United States and his visit to Aspen, which kicked off the Goethe Bicentennial and the Aspen Institute and all the other good things about Aspen that came out of that. And so we've chosen July 1st, I think it's a Friday, as a day to have an afternoon of an evening of activities. And one of the things we wanted to ask is if the county would consider naming an Albert Schweitzer Day or something along that line about his legacy of service and humanitarianism. In recognition of that, and this is a group of people from all the various, or several of the groups in town who were around and instigated by that activity back in 75 years ago. And so I just wanted to plant that seed, and I'll be coming back to y'all, and hopefully we can be involved and maybe do a proclamation.
Yeah, and I think Greg and I were talking on the break. I think the mechanism for that would be as simple as a proclamation. You're not doing anything in terms of it'd be a proclamation designating a day, recognizing that.
So, Greg, which humanists would accept the award or the proclamation?
Well, part of the the proclamation would just be designating a day to honor Albert Schweitzer Day, or something similar to that would refer to the history of service, like public service. And Aspen has a great history of that. Our community does. So I don't think there'd be an individual recognized. But part of that idea is to bring in modern day people who are doing humanitarian work, who could be inspire and inform us about what's happening, the good work being done in the world. And so that's part of it. There might be films, a concert, and panel discussion or lecture with authors, and it's all kind of falling together, and it's time to try to keep the momentum up. And I thought I'll mention that to you all now, and then come back later with more detail. So that's what we're about, and it won't be just me. It's not just me. It's a group of people.
Okay, I'd be open to it. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
And then, Greg, I think this may fall a little bit with you too, but ROWAPA is hosting a watershed summit in Glenwood Springs on May 15th. Agenda is still being developed, but it's looking like there'll be a theme around how climate change is impacting particularly water recreation in our area. So more to come on that, but
Great. Yeah, thank you. That's all she had on that, but thanks for putting it out there for the 15th. And if I can add on to that, there's another one that I have to pull up, it just came, an Earth Day panel discussion, which would be on April 21st at the 3rd Street Center in Carbondale, and then April 22nd at Explorer Booksellers at 5:30 p.m. each day. And it's about state budget crunches, executive orders from the federal level, and local conservation efforts. Panelists talking about environmental justice, climate change, and public lands. That's put on by the Public Lands Director, Len Montgomery, who's from Environment Colorado. But I think they're also working with some of the other local environmental groups. So that's on, Chelsea Condon's moderating it, and it's on the 21st and 22nd, Carbondale and then Aspen. Thank you.
Other open discussion from the board. Okay. Well, I don't know. I've given Francie lots of heads up to join us. Did you have other open discussion for us?
I could start making things up for
No,
time,
well,
but I don't think we need.
I think we move forward. We're just a few minutes ahead of time. So let's go ahead and
We're only 4 minutes by the time we get to
chat about this transportation committee. John, you want to
Absolutely, and so
the stage for us?
I think all of you have probably had some conversations or contact or at least emails from John Bennett and George Newman. They did offer to be here today, but I thought it'd be better for us to have a short discussion and the board could decide how you wanted to move forward, if you want further presentation or are ready to make some decisions. But there's really two asks on the table right now. One is board participation on a coalition. They have a pretty aggressive meeting schedule starting May 1st to discuss transportation solutions. It really is, I think, reopening a conversation that happened back in 2017 with the a transportation coalition that was convened through the Institute. Thanks. You saw me processing. I appreciate that, Patty. Through the Aspen Institute. That resulted in a report that came out that really had no infrastructure, is mostly operational. There, Francis joined us. Okay. Operational recommendations. Transportation continues to be a challenge for us. It came up in our joint meeting with the City of Aspen, where it's recommended that we maybe consider setting up a group to look at, short-term and long-term transportation solutions. The coalition itself is set up as a nonprofit, so they're making invitations based on that. So they, let's see, they're really looking for folks to, take a fresh look. They have set aside 7 seats for Upper Valley elected officials. George had represented in his email that they have commitments from 2 Aspen City Council members, 2 Town of Snowmass Village Council members, and 1 from the Town of Basalt, which leaves 2 seats open if this board is interested in having a representative. I haven't confirmed who those members are, what discussions have happened with those entities. So one request is really if there's interest on the board in having a member on the coalition. There is also a funding request that the coalition has made to support their facilitation of the meetings and potentially bring some expertise to the table. And that is, I believe they've asked for $18,000 from the City of Aspen and from us, and then a lesser amount, I think Patty had said 14,500 is what you had heard from Snowmass. So there is an ask for that. That ask could be from currently appropriated funds if the board is inclined to go that direction. It could either come from strategic initiatives or even the capital reserves that the board has. If the board is inclined to participate on this, I do think it's going to be important to have some staff support. I think one of the challenges in the last effort is that there wasn't a lot of transportation staff. There was staff like myself, but not necessarily folks who have been on the ground working solutions. There may be a discussion about an ask for their involvement. So I'm going to pause there and just see if the board has questions or how you'd like to proceed discussing this request.
Hang on, I'm gonna just check in with Francie since you're juggling. How long you have to be with us, or if you just want to sort of give us your input and then go back to the board river district meetings.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. I just walked out when I got your text. It is really interesting down there now. I guess if it's okay with you, I'll just talk for about a minute and then you guys can decide from there.
Okay.
I definitely think we should be represented at this coalition. I think we would just be losing a voice in the future of the valley if we weren't. I think they're really serious about what they're doing. And yeah, I met with a couple of people yesterday about this, and I've met with Edward and Michael, and I think it's sort of a voice that we could have that could help shape where we're going with this. I would love to be on this coalition. I have time on Thursdays to do it, and I'd really like to do that. So that's pretty much what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yes, I need clarification, John. I don't know if you can provide it. It's my understanding that they want 2 members of the Board of County Commissioners to be appointed as voting representatives. Means they wouldn't be non-voting, they would be voting members of the coalition. And I'm concerned that chances are any recommendations or whatever in the future would come back to us or to EOTC for funding, which is understandable. And I would be concerned that 2 members of the Board of Commissioners, 2 members of City Council, 2 members of Snowmass had already voted to move a request forward. And that would be a conflict for me. That's why we don't appoint 2 voting members to any of our commissions or our councils that we, Open Space and Trails, and we stay out of that because they come back to us for funding requests. I think we do need to be involved at some level. I think it would be more appropriate in my mind is if we had a member of staff who has some transportation background, either Linda or maybe Andrew Knapp, to participate in this and then be in direct contact with the BoCC as far as what's going on, what the phases, what's being discussed, bring it back. So be totally responsible and responsive to the BoCC. I think that's a more appropriate way for us to be involved in this. As far as funding, I know we do have your initiatives fund, John. Yeah, I just, having been through the whole Aspen Institute process, which was very lengthy, very in-depth. They did a lot of great work. I'm just concerned also about the city of Aspen maybe starting something, EOTC talking about maybe this is a good avenue for EOTC to actually have a focus and have a topic, something that we can grab and move forward. And then also the airport, a multimodal opportunity. So we might have 2, 3, 4, groups getting together. I think that's overkill. I think it's not a good utilization of time, energy, and money. So I would really prefer, and again, think it's appropriate for us to have a member of our staff represent the county on this, so we stay involved in it, because if it's going to move forward, we do need to have a voice and a seat at the table. I am greatly concerned about having 2 members of our board. We, as best I know, don't appoint 2 members to any of our, like Northwest COG, it's a member and an alternate, so we can always have a presence in the room. They want 2 people who can attend all, or at least most of the meetings. It's a pretty heavy schedule, 12:30 to 4:30 for 8 months, starting off with 2 meetings a month, and then it runs until December, maybe 1 meeting a month, but that's a pretty big request. And I know a lot of us have other meetings we need to attend on Thursdays, and I think there's some conflict, so I think, again, it would be appropriate to have a member of staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Go ahead.
So, just general feedback. Comfortable with it being a staff position, comfortable with the staff member was ex officio, over voting. I think that would be more appropriate. Concerned about duplication with the OTC, and ditto. Sorry, I'll stop there. So I'm concerned that we have yet one more transportation committee, and concerned that it's just another diversion of resources, time, energy, and funding. So, and then looking at the calendar of the 12 meetings, I think half a dozen of them either conflict with EOTC or Northwest COG or CCAT. So not exactly, late to the calendar in terms of 2025. Sorry if that was a tepid response.
I can go, or you can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think this merits a great opportunity to get some clarity around some things. Specifically, I think it'd be great if we had some clarity, I think, a little bit around all the lanes that exist in this space, and like who's endeavoring to swim in which lanes and where the lanes cross over, and because I think I'm like, well, RAFTA's mission is to handle a bunch of this. The EOTC's mission is to handle some of this that crosses over with RAFTA's mission, frankly. We have a TPR region that ostensibly should be dealing with congestion issues, but that's very divorced from the community and the public, and not a great avenue for accountability and what's the word? Kind of action, I guess. So I think I'm just contemplating. I think it's a really interesting space for this group to to want to problem solve around. The problem is obvious. I think how we get the best and right players at the table, maybe for me, doesn't necessarily line up what this is proposing. Like I think I'd so much rather prefer if this was just a community coalition that came with recommendations to us. And I'd be happy to, support it through some funding. I need a little more structure around how that funding request is. Is it just 2 guys making a funding request to us? Are they setting up a nonprofit? Do they have a fiscal sponsor? What do we, we have some obligation to not just write kind of a check out to the, ether. And so those are just little details. I think that, I would think that they would formally organize this group and then make a funding request as a group, not kind of as an initial steering committee, but maybe there's some detail around that I don't totally understand. I can get the frustration around not being able to problem solve. I can get the frustration around EOTC not being the most effective group. But I think this needs some polish to it, and I share some of the concerns that Patty's raised relative to how our board sits at that table. I'd be more comfortable if it was just one member. I'd be most comfortable if it was just a community coalition making requests and recommendations to us. So I don't know if I've raised some questions and threw some
I've
concerns
got
in there too.
some answers,
Okay.
and I've got questions for you all.
Okay.
It has been formally organized as a nonprofit. They do have a tax identification number, so there is a landing space for this. And I don't have the details. At one point were shared with me as far as the board structure and such. I don't have that in front of me right now, but they are structured as a nonprofit to answer that question. As far as the swim lanes go, I think that's been I think that's a really astute observation, Kelly, because I think that's been one of our problems, right? Is you have an EOTC who has a lot of the right players at the table, but the scope of the conversation is limited to transit. And so we miss maybe on, some of the infrastructure discussions, or maybe some of the transportation demand management kind of conversations. My belief, I could be wrong, is that if we're going to really make a dent in the impacts on people coming in and out of this community, it's kind of a yes and conversation. There's got to be an infrastructure component, but that has to be married to transportation demand management types of strategies and such. Otherwise, you have induced demand that you build it and you're still going to be congested, right? And so there's not a place right now where that kind of comprehensive conversation can happen or is happening. And I think that's part of why you see the community responses, these efforts to pull coalitions and such together, and community members who have solutions that they want to bring forward. And so I think this is an attempt to kind of have that umbrella. The risk there, of course, is, is there really a space to have all of these conversations and then have all the authorities, as you were listing out, Kelly, be responsive and coordinated in some way, or are we really just having 5 or 6 separate transportation discussions? And I'm an advocate of trying to marry all this together in some fashion also, which is why I think it's important to have both elected involvement, but also staff involvement, right? Because it's that combination that actually allows things to happen. I don't know how that's being structured for partner agencies. I think what I'm hearing is that there's a desire for some more detail. My understanding of the ask for the 18,000 is it's probably an initial ask to support somebody to facilitate the meetings, kind of like we've used in the past, whether, bringing in an individual. I think Stephanie Zaza did an EOTC retreat, for example. It would be funding, not necessarily her, I don't know who it's going to be at this point, but somebody to come in and facilitate these discussions. If there is broader kind of transport, and I would anticipate there's going to be a lot of questions that come up that probably require further expertise. My guess is there is additional funding asks that could come, and I would just anticipate that. I think that coalition is anticipating it. And so I think with the 2 asks on the table, it's sounding like the board is narrowing down on, we want to have a seat at the table, and so I want to talk about that. And then the funding question, it sounds like there's openness, but you may want to have them come in and talk in more detail about it, unless you want to support the initial ask for facilitation and such, the 18,000 out of one of those pots that's already been appropriated, we can do that and bring in expertise for the bigger ask, if that comes. I'd anticipate it would. So my question back, just because Patty, like when I heard you say staff, I wasn't clear if it was staff and a board member or.
I'm
what
open and real quick,
Okay.
but Kelly's thought, because I know Greg hasn't spoken yet, but Kelly's thought about having it be a community or, and then come back to the electeds, that's another option. But, and I think Snowmass might be open for further discussion. Talking with one city councilman, he didn't really know anything about it and who had been appointed and if they'd had a presentation or anything. So I think I think there's a lot of things that need to be brought forward before we have a well-informed decision. And I know they're trying to get this up and going like soon, and I can't blame them for that. But I just want to make sure if we're going to put this effort in, it's right, or as right as it can be.
Greg, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear what everyone had to say. First of all, I want to encourage them. I think this is important. I think it's the biggest issue facing us, and it's been going on for too long. It's pretty hard to talk to people and keep a straight face when we talk about mobility and transportation. And there's so many things that we can do to, reasons why nothing's happened yet, or reason why it hasn't gone as well as it should have. I think we need to encourage them, and we need to work as hard as we can to try to make it a success. Being it is the biggest issue, and there's a lot of community energy toward it throughout the entire valley. I really appreciate what you said about the EOTC. It seems like a great entity, but structurally it seems hobbled. It was so frustrating last year to see how little the EOTC could accomplish and how easy it was to derail when a conversation was had. I would certainly support people going to it. If we could, I'd be okay having one board member participate and then others go as they please, and a staff participant would be great. I don't want people telling me I can't go to them. If I have the ability to go to one of their meetings, I'll probably go. I'm maybe not as a voting member, but I can certainly go to audit or participate on that level. And I think it's important to understand that this is an important thing. And I don't want us to make a policy that prohibits us from actually participating in a significant way. And I think we can learn enough, and maybe we need to get George or John or one of the others to come back in. I know you've been talking to them, so you probably have as clear an idea of anybody on how we can make this work. But I am really, I have to be supportive of this. This might be the most important thing I work on, if I work on it, at least these decisions we need to make, because it's a huge problem for our community, and I don't want anyone to think I'm dragging my feet. And so that's how can I be more enthusiastic about it? And I think we can work through the technical issues you've brought up, but we can always come up with reasons why it can't work, and I'm not ready to go there yet.
I don't disagree with you. I think part of what it is for me is it feels like a huge sort of end run around the ineptitude of the governments to pull it together and figure out solutions.
I think that's a plus.
So
That's a plus. Thank you. You articulated that very well.
Yeah, but then it's like, then why do I sit here? Like if I'm just going to be here to rubber stamp community decisions that are brought to me because they've decided everything for us, and now I'm just, so I don't know if this is the best solution. I don't know if I need to come up with the best solution before allowing other solutions to sort of come forward, but I think there is just a need to really recognize, like, what are the lanes here, and like what are the expectations relative to the interactions of such a process to such boards that are really holding the authorities here, and like what is our responsibility to be better problem solvers in this space. is some of what
All good
all of
questions.
this just generates.
I definitely want to fund it.
And I hope you didn't take any an impression that I was saying you can't do anything. I don't tell anybody what they can or cannot do. I'm just thinking of what the role of the board should be.
I understand that. Thanks.
Patty.
Yeah, I also, it's not a matter of wanting them to fail by not appointing two BoCC members. Again, we need to be involved in this. I am greatly concerned, though, about our multimodal planning process and how it works together with this, because I'm not going to try and get federal dollars to complete a multimodal planning when they're over here planning something different that doesn't fall in line with what we're doing at the airport, because that is the hub, that is the key there. And I think I would love to see George and John and whoever else, I don't know, all the people that are already involved. I don't know what their board is, set up by their 501c3, but to be part of our multimodal planning, I think that is a great avenue for them to get us done, because it's going to have congestion. It's going to have all of these issues, mass transit improvements and all of that. And again, I just think their energy is great, and their passion to get this problem solved is amazing, and I really appreciate it. But we need to be working together, not with all these different entities, or we are going to be inept and we're going to get nowhere. And so I think that might be the more appropriate, and we can help fund them. I don't have a problem with an initial funding, but that's why having two members of the BoCC or City Council or Snowmass sit on this new coalition, I would have to ask that they recuse, and that's I can count to three. I'm not dumb, I know what it takes to get 3 votes. If you've already got 2 of them sitting on your board, it only takes 1 more person, and I'm uncomfortable with that. But I would really hope that they could join with us to kick off and get this multimodal transportation planning started at the airport, because that is the hub.
So I do think there's an opportunity I wasn't sure if I should step in yet.
Please go ahead. I think we're shaping something. We
Yeah,
just haven't shaped it.
and I do think there's an opportunity if this group forms to coordinate those processes. Absolutely, yeah.
So should we have John and George come in and sit with us and talk, so we can hear from the horse's mouth more about their plans? They can hear more for us. I think that would be the next step, and to find out what City of Aspen is thinking or doing, or what process they've been through. And Snowmass, we're in it together, and I think we need to be working together. So I think I'm trying to help us shape that, Kelly, by having a meeting and having George and whoever be in front of us and see what their plans on and have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to that. I would just point out that so I think some of this dialogue gets organized in other parts of the state through their COGS, which we don't have here. I mean, it is sort of an absent.
You mean their metropolitan planning districts?
Yeah, but the components that really focus on transportation, they're focused on congestion, transportation, multimodal. It is sort of that bigger, and we don't have one here, so, but maybe there's some additional learning that the group could do from those type of experiences around the state on these topics. So I'd be fine to have,
their first meeting date
George
is May
and,
1st, which is like tomorrow.
John to come.
It would be a long meeting. I don't know how much time you think you have with them. We're slated to end next week at 4:15, and we could have them come in at the end of the meeting.
And we have
For
P&Z
45
at
minutes.
5, right?
I'm not seeing that on the future agenda, but that may be an omission.
That'll be 4th Tuesday then.
So on the 22nd?
I still like a hard 5 o'clock end time, but.
Yeah. I'd be willing to stay at them on next Tuesday if they are. I'm sure they're prepared. Those two are prepared.
They were ready to come in today, and I said, let us have the discussion, the brief discussion, and see where the board's at, and if they want you to come in or not. 'cause
Can we see if
hadn't had
Linda
that,
and
so.
maybe Andrew can be here at least? And
Sorry, go ahead.
And they'll know what questions we have for them by that point. So hopefully they can come and make a brief presentation on, we can answer some of those important questions that Patty and Kelly and Jeffrey all have.
and maybe see if Snowmass wants to, and so just let them know we're having the meeting if they want to watch it, so they don't have to have them come in and ask the same questions, because we want to be efficient with our time and with their time, and if they have a May 1st start date, that window is really tight.
I'd also like to understand whether this charter presented to us was a draft, or if this is, because I definitely think there's some things in here that I don't necessarily understand how they're envisioning them being connected, and would maybe make some suggestions to it. Who would you designate for a staff liaison?
I'd want to talk to Rich and Brian, but I would think either Linda or Andrew. I'm a little concerned. I think Linda right now may have more capacity with project
Andrew's
season coming up.
swamped.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, is that direction?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Are you comfortable with that? You're good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Progress.
Okay, any other open discussion items from board?
Other than, there's only a few days left to ski.
We just got an update from Kevin Warner about the burn, how successful it was, and how it was so freaky to stand at our building and watch Red Mountain burning. It was pretty
Also, it was
scary.
dramatic. It was very dramatic.
It was pretty scary. And they pulled it off. I mean, the winds, Mother Nature was on their side.
Right across, you can see flames.
I know, it gives me goosebumps. It was just, oh my God.
Okay. All right, well, if that's it, we will adjourn and resume again for next Tuesday's work session on the 22nd. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Grassroots.
Thank you.